Welcome. Unlike the federal government, we are now late but open for business. Here we go. Program. So I want to do a quick note here. We've switched to SoundCloud from Libsyn because SoundCloud seems pretty awesome, and so I'm posting an audio version of the show there. So in the comments below this video, once it's posted, you'll be able to see that. I like the social aspects of it. It's also, I like that it's $100 a year, whereas Libsyn was costing me $95 a month. So that's less. So go SoundCloud. Second thing is we have a Flipboard magazine where throughout the week, any topics I'm considering, not all of them get on the show list, but the link for that is there as well. It's a great app, and I recommend you check it out. The only thing I don't like about it is that you can't. There's no social interaction. If you like someone's magazine, you can read it, you can flip it, but you can't comment or communicate with them in any way. I don't think. So, and then also at the end of the show, I am going to do a video while I got everything functioning of the setup, because every time I change anything, I get questions. How do you do this? How do you do this? And so rather than have to write that over and over again, I do it like a 3-minute video showing everything, and then they can ask follow-up questions. So I'm going to do that at the end. So if you have a question about the hardware that we use to stream or put comments up, or any of the software, the audio setup, the camera, anything like that, ask away, and I'll answer all those at the end. So first up is we have, in just a moment, we are going to talk about the terms of service changes, and I imagine we'll have a lively debate about that, where Google announced that they're going to use our social stuff in advertising. And but first, we are going to talk about some community improvements, and we have our lighting director with us, who's sipping a Coke. Moritz is there. So I guess first up, let me just a quick rundown of the panel. If I look for my mouse here, we've got Mr. Alan Firstenberg in New York. Welcome, Alan.
Hey, Dan.
We have Andrew Cunningham in Australia, and his video's been coming in and out, but he's there.
How you doing? How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing excellent. And actually, you're just here because you have that cool accent. We just want to listen to you talk. Another great voice is Mr. Bruce Turner, who is at his sister's house, right?
Right. I'm in Newport Richey, Florida, Pasco County.
Excellent.
Yeah.
He's testing a new backlit setup. It's very nice. And we have Craig Shipp here with us. We love Craig. He is our resident Apple fanboy troll. In fact, I have a special thing for him. Where is it? Where's my...
Absolutely, and we have 2 iPhone 5S's in the house tonight.
I know. This is Craig. Whenever he trolls us, we'll put this up on the screen.
And 2 iPhone 5S's trump 5 Android devices.
Yeah, but 3 Chromebooks trump 2 iPhone 5S's.
That probably is true.
Jody Raines, you are where?
Chromebooks rock.
Yeah.
I'm in New Jersey, outside of Philadelphia.
Excellent. New Jersey. Jody Raines, a tech expert, and easy on the eyes compared to some of the rest of the panel.
She should be blue screen the whole time.
Michael Banks.
Speaking of Chromebook.
There you go. He's got his Chromebook there. I would buy one if it had HDMI out.
Yeah, it's HDMI.
We'll be talking about that later this evening as well, Dan. So
excellent.
Mine has HDMI.
You may want to listen in later.
Thanks. Moritz, Tolxdorff, the only German in Ireland.
Well, actually today I'm tuning in from Mountain View, California.
Oh, wow. Are you dining at all of the establishments in the complex?
Yes. Well, not dining, lunching. I will have dinner later in San Francisco. This is why I can stay until the end. But yeah, it's the last night here. Tomorrow I'll fly back. Was an amazing 2 weeks here.
Oh, so you're not jet lagged out. You're actually in tune. With
Yeah,
the time.
I'm totally in tune.
Okay, cool, awesome. And then Sheila B. DuBois joins us from West Jordan, Utah, where all hell is breaking loose.
It is?
No, I'm kidding. Or in Utah,
well,
the area lawsuit
know.
we're going to talk about later.
Well, actually, our governor has made it to the point where our national parks are opened.
That's right. You're gonna he's gonna pay, I think, 1.7 million
About
to the
that,
federal
yeah.
government so that they can open up the national parks, because they're losing probably a lot more than that in tax revenue
yeah.
from the gas
Yep.
stations, the restaurants, the tour guides, etc. Question: the first thing that came to my mind, because we're dealing with that here in Front Royal, with Skyline Drive and Shenandoah National Park being closed. They normally have 250,000 visitors. They're losing about $1.5 million just this month in revenue. My question is, if they charge admission to the park, does Utah get that money, or does the federal government get the money?
Well, I would hope the federal government would not get it, since it's our state money that's paying for it.
But that's a question I have, because I haven't seen that addressed. I don't know if there is an admission charge, but I know there is for here. It's $15 a car. And,
Well, the thing is that he wants to have the states control their own parks, not the federal government.
well, in this case, but I mean, if you,
Period.
interesting concept, if they want to take care of it and own it,
Isn't that a state park?
National Zion's? No, it's federal.
In other words, the
but
state
aren't
wants to
state
take them
parks
over.
State parks, not national parks.
No, what we're talking about
I know
is
trust me, I know the concept. I know what Sheila's saying, but we're way off topic already, and
Yeah,
we're
we
only
are.
7 minutes into the show.
Sorry. Oh,
I
well,
love it.
that's how it works.
because
okay?
we know nobody in America is talking about
Only
the federal government closing down. They're talking about community improvements in Google.
Only the
So-
federal government could have 1 million acres of pristine land, absolutely gorgeous land, and pay no taxes on it, right? And then not be able to make money with that. Only the federal government could get themselves in that kind of a box.
Okay, so speaking of getting ourselves out of a box, let's get to our ratings bonanza first topic here.
Topics. What a concept.
It's we're 50 minutes past our starting time. We're gonna on topic one really. So community improvements. Alan, you and Moritz are gonna talk about this, right? And then Moritz is gonna pretend he's not even here for our next topic.
Yeah. So word was released today that a couple of major improvements that people have been asking for in communities have been released. Neither of which, I will be perfectly honest, placate me in the least bit, but that's okay. So the first one is that a lot of people have been asking for the ability to turn off notifications in email for communities, but still get community notifications through the Mr. Jingles notification system. This is now an available feature. So there is a settings where you will be able to select share with the community when your notifications are on. You can now turn this on or off for email. I think this is a clever improvement. It's certainly going to address a lot of what people are asking for, and totally and utterly miss the mark about notifications in general. So it fixes one teeny tiny little problem with notifications and leaves all of the rest of them totally there to mess people up. But good start, glad they finally got to it. I saw Sheila nodding. What are your thoughts on this one, Sheila?
I didn't know anything about the Gmail part of it, but I like the part where you can go in and check all the flagged spam all at once.
We'll be getting to that one in a second. So
No.
that's okay. No, fine. In fact, anyone else have any thoughts on the email one before we get to the next feature, which is next improvement? Seeing none, why don't you introduce the second one to us, Sheila?
Now the second one, we have the ability to go into our communities that we manage, and we can. Oh, my son's going, Mom. Okay. Hold on, Rob. Sorry. Okay. Yes, we have the ability to go into the communities that we manage and see the flags spam posts all in one section. They're not spread all across the stream. They're intrusive, I guess that's the word. And you can just go quick, reject, and ban. But one thing that I don't like is if you report, block, and ban from the community, I'd like to see the option of all the posts removed.
From that person or from everything that's shown there?
All their posts. I would like to see, because they've spammed the communities several times in a row. And so if you block and report, it doesn't remove all those posts. You have to go in and remove them one by one.
That's a good point. I think that would be a nice additional improvement as well. And I agree. I think the page with all of the possible spam posts in one place certainly makes it a little easier on moderators and owners.
Right.
I don't think you still need to go through and actually read the rest of the section to find the ones that miss the spam filter. But I think this is a major improvement in uncluttering our display so we can actually talk to people in our communities.
Right. I think the reason why they did that is because there are a lot of people that do spam. They do drop links everywhere.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's the biggest problem with communities right now. Well, no, I won't even say that. That's a huge problem with communities, is that they really do still need to be managed.
Mm-hmm. So.
Anybody else have thoughts on these changes?
Not on the second, but I did want to just go on the first one. I wish you could have something in between nothing and a fire hose. Maybe like a weekly summary of email notifications for community posts. I mean, are they saying...
Where would you find that link to, the settings for that? Sorry.
That should be under your normal settings page. So if you go to settings and scroll down to the communities section. So if you, go to...
It's Google,
your account's Google Plus settings, or from Google Plus, I believe if you go directly to settings, which is in the gear on the left-hand side.
Oh, I see that. Ah, okay, uncheck. Okay, good job. Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll agree with you, Dan. I think, there needs to be...
Maybe like a weekly summary, or if you're mentioned, I guess if you're mentioned, that would override. If you said I don't want...
That's an interesting question. If you're mentioned in a community post, whether you'll get the email notification or not.
Yeah, like if Craig is... If I'm not even... I guess you can't mention someone who's not a member, or can you?
No, you can't. Well, no, you can't.
So let's say I was really wasted one night and accidentally joined a Mac group, right?
Oh.
And let's say Craig is... And I turned notifications off because I'm so dumb I couldn't figure out how to unjoin it. And if I turn notifications off, if Craig goes in there and is trolling me in posts, I would certainly want to know that, even though I didn't want general Mac posts. That's kind of a crazy scenario at best. But
once you join a Mac community, you cannot unjoin it. Like the Hotel California, you're in.
I'm glad you preempted that by saying you'd have to be drunk to do that, Dan.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
I'll say something about spam. I mean, I like that they implemented this feature. I mean, because I know Alan is such a community span, or actually didn't complain about a feature that they released. That's actually, I mean, a step closer to making communities. I guess what Alan got excited about when it first released this. I mean, step in the right direction, right?
You want me to rant about it? I could easily rant about it still. It's not
I'm sure you
really
could.
that difficult.
we're saving Alan's ranting for the next topic.
He's a good ranter.
Indeed, that's why we keep him. Okay, so did you want the third thing we're done, or
There was a third thing?
a quick PSA starting today. You'll need to pick category and posting to a community.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. So the third item is that one of the complaints is that communities tended to have a default category, so that if you posted something, it always ended up in the first category because nobody ever paid attention to the subcategories or the categories or the subtopics or whatever they call them this week inside a community. Now you're actually forced to pick one. So everyone who had been dumping their stuff in the default general conversation, which every community had, now will actually have to pick what category they want it posted in. This is a nice patch job on a bad implementation, but it's a welcome patch job.
You know, it'd be neat if, again, if it wasn't all or nothing, or that's not a good analogy, but if you could get notifications just about a certain topic in a community. I don't know if you can.
No.
Like if you're in a video creators community, there might be one topic about how to maximize SEO and make money, and I wouldn't be interested at all in that. But if someone had a tech question or suggestions for a certain software streaming service that I use or something like that, I might want notifications anytime someone posts in that topic, but not in the general conversation. You know what I mean? Because you only have so many hours a day, and I get, I don't know how many, 1,000 notifications a day. Easy.
If there was a
there's one right
thread
there.
about how to make this an even bigger money-sucking hole, for example, you would want to subscribe to that one.
How to waste more time on GooglePlus.com.
That's right.
All right. Yep. Okay. So just the audio hosting was like $1,100 a year. Unbelievable. Okay. So we're good on that. We'll go to topic 2 at 9:30 p.m. Are you popping pills, Craig? Is that how you get through this show with all the Android users? You have to remain sedated. All right. So I guess topic 2 is this is where Moritz puts his earplugs in. Okay, so anyway, Google has changed the terms of service to where, and they have not been shy.
Well, they made three.
Go ahead, Alan.
Changes
Intro the topic, and then tell us kind of what's going on, and then tell us what your initial take is on it. And
Sure,
before we do this, was anyone surprised at this in any way?
No, let me introduce what
ahead,
we're talking
go
about
ahead.
first. Okay. So Google is changing the terms of service starting a month from now, and they've announced it today, and they're announcing it in a big way. So you should be getting notifications, you'll be getting pop-ups, you'll be seeing this all over the place. But the terms of service basically have made three bits of information. One is that they're going to be reminding people who are accessing their services via mobile devices, make sure you use them safely. Basically, Google is saying this isn't our fault if you're texting while driving and being stupid. 2, they're reminding people that passwords are meant to be confidential, so they want to remind people don't share your password, yada, 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 stories we've heard before. Both of these are entirely non-controversial to the point where nobody even remembers that they've been mentioned today. This other one, however, has gotten a bit of notoriety, and that is they're now saying that your profile name and your photo might appear as part of other Google products, including in reviews, advertising, commercial contexts, other things along these lines, and they're immediately giving you the way to opt out of it. So basically they're saying the advertising that we run now may have your name, it may have ratings that you've given it, and we may attach the two together when talking to other people who claim to know you.
Okay.
But you have the choice to opt out. And now let's go down the panel and see what we think about this.
I got a quick question, Alan. Have you noticed when Facebook came out with a similar thing, it was a little different, and they didn't make it as in your face that this was happening. And I'm sure Google learned from the pushback that Facebook got and the bad publicity. But I have not seen, I haven't spent that much time on Google Plus today because we put the paper out last night. I was up all night. I didn't get up till 3:30 in the afternoon, about 6 hours ago. And then I was busy all day. But I haven't seen the kind of criticism at all from for Google that I saw when Facebook did something sort of similar, but in a much less transparent way.
I have seen fairly mixed reactions. I have certainly seen a lot of people expressing concern or caution, and a number of people saying, hey, here's the link to opt out of this, so that information is getting around. But I've also seen people very publicly saying, hey, Google's doing this differently than Facebook did, and they're doing it better, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Mike Elgin in particular, earlier this week, maybe it was last week, he posted a big rant about how Facebook's advertising system was exploiting people's names and pictures. But today, right after this came out, he said, I think their approach to this is reasonable.
I agree. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, look, we're getting this free service.
And he's not a Google fanboy at all. I mean,
they're going to use stuff. They're going to use stuff you post publicly, and they're going to use stuff, I assume, and they're going to use like a +1 is public. We know that.
Okay. Well, you just hit on the first problem that I have with this.
Okay, here we go. Go ahead, Alan. You're first, so you get to do your opinion first.
This is the problem I have with this. This is the problem I've had with this policy since they first implemented it on Google Play and first implemented it on Google Local. And that's that they are making certain assumptions about what is public that I don't think are public or should be public. They're basically violating the concept of circles. They've done it.
With what? Are you talking about +1s? Or...
No. And this is the problem I have. You cannot, for example, give a rating in Google Play without making that rating public. You can't give a rating on a Google logo without making that rating public.
Does anyone expect when you go to Yelp or
Google isn't like Yelp.
Google Local is, and that
it shouldn't be.
What's that fancy?
It shouldn't be, Dan.
What's
Google,
the rating?
When they came out with Google Plus, said right up front, share just the information you want with just the people you want to share it with.
Is Google Local Google
like
Plus?
A rating.
Is Zagat Google Plus? Is Google Local Google Plus?
Yes, they should be. Everything is Google Plus. Remember?
So I mean,
they lied. Get over it.
I get what you're saying, Alan, but it's one thing that if they were not saying this up front, I mean, they're telling you anytime you do this, it's going to be public. But
They are.
It's one thing, like if a company, if you rate a restaurant.
No, Michael, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that they're being upfront about it. I give them major kudos for that. Not only are they being upfront about it, they are saying, hey, if you have opted out of +1 public sharing in the past, we're automatically going to opt you out of this right now. So don't worry about it. They are, I think, taking the correct path.
It's almost
However,
borderline spamming because I've gotten like a dozen prominent notifications when I go to google.com on my phone, on both of my computers at home, on both computers at work, because google.com is like the default when you open the browser.
Right.
And they're spamming me with warnings. I mean, like I've never been warned about something so many times, and I'm fine with it. But it's not like they're sneaking this through. Definitely not.
I'm not saying they're sneaking it through. I'm not even saying what they are doing is per se wrong.
I'm just surprised they're opting in. Everyone's opted in.
What bothers me is that some of this stuff is not necessarily public, and they are treating it as public.
What's not public?
The fact that I am endorsing something is not necessarily something that I want to be public.
It's not something that you want to be public, but like,
then what's the point of an endorsement if it's secret? I'm going to go in my closet and secretly endorse a candidate.
Dan,
endorse it to your friends. You're just endorsing it to your friends. What the hell's wrong with that?
What Craig just said. I'm agreeing with Craig. Craig, you're right for once.
And besides,
no.
Okay.
Let me tell you why that does not really exist. Let's say you endorse something only to your friends. It's just like the letter aspect. I mean, you have the concept of privacy, but I mean, people talk. I mean, you're going to tell that one friend that talks.
Oh my God, Michael! So you're telling me that circles are bogus and we should get rid of them?
Yeah.
Circles are just a method.
Everything I post is public, but that's beside the point.
There's no
Alan
privacy.
is right. Alan is right. If somebody is under...
Mark your calendar, folks. Craig and I agree with each other.
Well, listen. But when you plus one, okay. If you share something to your circles, so they're not going to use that publicly. If you plus one a web page, it says right on the thing. It says
public.
publicly,
publicly
plus
plus
one
one,
this web page. It says this is public. It clarifies that. I'm just still surprised that they basically opted almost everyone in, unless you're someone who just is completely private on here. And as did Facebook, but they're not getting nearly the pushback. I mean, I was expecting rants and everyone freaking out, pulling of hair, gnashing of teeth, the whole deal. You know, Jody unglued. But I'm not seeing any of that. I'm very surprised. I think they did handle it differently and in a good way. And I have no problem with them. Andrew. Andrew has a nice profile pic.
To pro users who are going to complain like you might have had at Facebook, there's this new option, it makes it all public, they're using my photo, they're using my information. Because they give you that option to disconnect, all of a sudden you don't necessarily have that same ability or that same right to complain, because they're just going to turn around and say, well, there's an off button, you go and click that. So what they're doing is they're effectively gambling on the 96% of people who won't switch the off button, and the 4% of pro users who will switch the off button don't have the same license to have such a huge whinge, because Google are going to turn around and just say, you know what, click the off button. So it may skip the media, and they'll pick up 96% of people who they can effectively go and use that information, use their content, their photos, because the 4% of pro users who would usually complain don't have a ticket to do so.
Let me a couple quick comments here before we continue. On my previous question about Joshua Hughes reminds us that you can use Google Now to create a weekly reminder. I guess it activates it in Google Calendar. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sort of like a Siri, and then
Jody, what do you have for us?
Matey Crit. Go ahead, Jody. You got it.
Well, no, here it is. You just show my screen. She said, I opted in, and no, I was not surprised. It was already in effect on the Android market, etc. So, mixed reaction.
And I'll point out, for the record, that I've been ranting about it when it was on the Android market, and I was ranting about it when it showed up on local.
I remember.
I wonder what you don't rant about.
Lots of things I don't rant about.
Nothing.
I love it. You're
He's just good
passionate.
at ranting.
So I'm going to clarify why there hasn't been an uproar on this, since none of you all got it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. There's nobody on Google Plus, and those that are on Google Plus are all fanboys, right? They're all fanboys, so they're not going to complain. And so the public at large doesn't even know this happened, right? Because they're not here, so they're not going to complain. The media doesn't care because they don't care about Google Plus, so they're not going to complain. So who's going to complain?
Craig,
They need to explain to the public what Google Plus is first.
Craig, I got to tell you, the New York Times has been covering it. I've seen a lot of people resharing the New York Times reshare, and my Wall Street Journal app on Glassware sent me a notification about it, telling me that telling me the story. So
Probably some fanboy there wrote an article or something, and it got no traction. So, if a tree falls in the forest and there's nobody there to hear it, right? Did it ever fall?
Yes, we're discussing ORCUT, the new terms of service controversy. Okay, so Katia says, and Jody, I am showing these comments. You can't see them, but the viewers can see them. Katia says, I'm in the middle of this one. I see both sides on this. Way to sit on the fence. And Maydi is we got the gender wrong. It's a he.
That was my fault. Sorry.
I guess Maydi, we're ignorant Americans. We don't know anything. I apologize. And then Alan brought up a point about a point I hadn't thought about. Why can't you just share your reviews with circles? Maybe someone doesn't want to share with the world. I think that if you're on, I don't think that when you go and you review a restaurant, I don't think most people have an expectation that that's private or within your circles. I would think.
Exactly. Once you make a review at a restaurant, it is no longer yours. It is the restaurants to do with what they will with it.
Why?
Because it's there. It's something. Okay, if you give me a quote, I can put your name on it. I can use that quote anywhere I want to, as long as I put your name with it.
But I'm not giving you a quote. I'm giving my friend a quote.
No, you're giving the reviewer a quote. You have to go to an app to review it.
How do
That's
I
on
do
the
it? Let's
apps
look
area.
at real quick. How do I do it? I'm gonna. How do I
But here's the thing, Michael. If I want to tell you about a great app,
You got to go to the app.
How do I do this? If I
no,
go to Google
currently I
Local,
don't
right?
have to go to the app if I want to tell you about an app.
But that's not a review. Those say
No,
review.
it's a review. I'm reviewing the app for you.
And you can do it in a post, and you can share it in circles the same way. And it won't show up in ads.
Okay.
But
But-
now, if you go to the
But-
Play
but
Store,
Michael- but
the place
Michael,
where
here-
the app owns,
Here's the problem, though, Michael. If you now go to the App Store, for example, since we're talking about apps, and you're looking for an app, wouldn't it be great to have
Okay.
local information about my friends who like or dislike an app?
Listen,
tells
I
you
am
that.
sharing. Listen,
It
hold
tells you
on.
that only if it's public.
Hold on,
and
guys.
only on the app's location.
Guys.
but-
I'm at Google Local now, and I'm sharing my. You can't see. I'm sharing my screen with the viewers. I went to shit.
Okay, Michael.
That's where you went?
The issue is, what I want, and I will admit, this is not how they chose to do it, and I think they were stupid for not choosing to do it this way. But this is how they chose to do it.
They didn't do it this way because they want to keep it.
It
the same
says
possible.
on there that you are publicly sharing this as Dan
I'm not
McDermott.
disputing the fact that it says you are publicly sharing it. What I'm disputing is if that is a smart thing to do on Google's part. And I maintain that it is a bad thing for them to do, and it violates the entire concept of sharing on Google+.
New concept.
You're an edge case, Alan.
He
I'm
wants.
not an
He,
edge
he
case.
just wants to
No,
have the
Dan, I am
option
not an edge
of.
case.
He just wants to have the option of sharing that review or whatever it may be with whoever he wants to share it with, just like the way he shares everything else. He wants the option to share it public, to share it with the Google Plus Week circle, to share it with whatever circles he wants.
To do that, though,
That's all he's asking
changes
for.
the entire philosophy of how it's done in the real world.
It's not. No.
No, if you go sitting down in a restaurant right now and they have the little review survey sitting on the table and they ask you to put your freaking name on it, and you turn that survey into them, they can do whatever they want with it. They can post it on the freaking walls if they
Sure,
want to.
but Michael, if I am telling you about a great restaurant,
Then you're not making the same thing as sitting in the
you're
store.
right, and I'm saying I should be able to do that.
You
and
can
you,
do
if you're
that.
looking at
You
restaurant
can.
reviews,
Alan,
have
you can-
my
you can do it.
information
You can
factored
do it.
into that.
You can do
Alan,
that
you can
now.
share
No,
it
you
to your
can't do that
circles.
Yes, you can.
No, you
I don't-
can't.
Alan, you
Dan,
have three options. You can go to the restaurant's webpage if they've integrated the plus one thing, or you can go to the Google Plus page. You can plus one it where it tells you are publicly plus oneing this. Or
Right.
you can go to Google Local and find there and put a review where it says you are publicly posting this as Alan Firstenberg. Or you can share that page on your Google Plus stream to your circles, or just to one person and say, hey, here's a great,
The
whatever.
problem,
And you have three of those options.
The problem, Dan, is that third option is radically different from the first two.
Yeah, and it's convoluted. Most people don't want to have to copy and paste the URL
then don't
over. and
People
over.
know. Okay,
You're
Craig,
making
on
them jump through
Facebook, you
groups.
know when
Let
you
the
like.
poor people share it the way they want to share it. for God's sake.
Let me give you, Dan and Michael, here's my scenario. The scenario is I'm going to look for a great pizza place in Manhattan.
Okay.
Okay? So I go to Google Local and I say pizza places in Manhattan. And it gives me a list ranked by star rating. Okay? Now, what if a friend of mine has actually been to this little hole-in-the-wall pizza place, and it is awesome, but he doesn't want to tell everybody. He just wants to tell his friends. Okay? He sent me this, he might have shared that with me a month ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. His rating does not count when I go to Google Local to look up a cool pizza place.
And guess what? If it is done the same way in real life, if they use those things and put it in the paper for example, anywhere, if it's not done publicly, it doesn't. Now, here's another case that works for you. If you type in that a certain way with the correct keywords in the search, it'll still show up because you shared it to you in circles with search plus my world.
Well, but it'll show up in Search Plus My World, but if I'm just looking at the list of pizza places, that's not factoring in Search Plus My World. Plus, it's not going to tell me whether he rated it highly or he rated it as a dump.
So what is now you're complaining that it's not public.
Well, what I'm saying is,
He wants it public with no freaking everything.
no.
He wants
What I want is for these tools to be used in the way that people use social networks.
But it's not the way that people do it.
It is how
in the real
people
world.
people use social networks to share it to their friends. They don't use social networks to share it to the world.
I think people know that the difference between, let's use Facebook. I think people know the difference between going to abc.com or mcdonalds.com and liking their web page. They know the difference between that, which is public. They know the difference between doing a public post on Facebook, sharing McDonald's the new Burger King French fries, which tastes like cardboard, in my opinion. That's a topic for the end. And they know the difference between sending a private message to Craig Shipp on Facebook saying, "Man, this new restaurant is epic. You know, they got hot waitresses," or whatever
Right,
I'm
but-
saying.
right,
I
they
think
do
people know the
that,
difference
and-
between those methods. And
They
if you
do
go to
know
Google
that.
Local and it says you're publicly doing this as Alan Firstenberg, and then you don't realize that that's public, then I can't help you.
Dan, I'm not saying that people are stupid. In fact, I'm saying that people are smarter than you and Michael seem to be giving them credit for.
Hey, listen, Alan's going to this restaurant, or Alan's friend went to this restaurant, right? And it's just a fantastic restaurant, right? He wants to share it with Alan and a couple of his close buddies, but he doesn't want to tell the world because he wants to get a seat next time he goes there.
You can do that.
Right?
Just don't
But he wants
expect
it to be
for it.
easy. He doesn't
No,
want
I
to have
think
to do it different.
people
he doesn't
want
want to
this.
copy the
If it's
URL
done-
and
this
all
is-
this. He just wants to click on the little button, rate the thing, share it to his buddies, and be done. Alan is asking for something totally reasonable here. And once again, you guys just don't get it. Did you get enough sleep last night?
I got up at 3:30 in the afternoon
Well,
today.
that
He
explains.
already said he didn't get enough sleep.
That
Okay,
explains-
Craig, let me flip it on you. Let's say
Oh,
you
man,
got
flip
this
it on you.
Restaurant. Let's say you got this Hangout 10 restaurant. You got a guy come in there.
And that restaurant rocks, I can tell you right
I'm
now.
sure
Hangout10.com, absolutely.
Now, I'm sure you would want them to fill out that review card other than just telling the person telling their next door neighbor. I'm sure you want those metrics to find out what
We're
you're
trying to
doing
keep
well.
it a real elitist place, Michael. No,
Actually,
we're not trying to tell them.
Michael raises a good point, and I think this kind of demonstrates the narrowness of thinking and thinking that the public data has to be public. Because here's where Google could have given the restaurant owner two pieces of information. They could say, here's the rating of people who have rated you publicly, but here's the rating of people who have rated you privately.
It's not private if they tell you.
They're giving you aggregate information.
Ah!
Yes, they're giving you aggregate information that obscures the fact of how many people may be doing it. And what it actually gives you is it gives you better information than just people who are willing to give it public.
All you want is anonymity. That's what you want.
No, I don't want
I
anonymity.
think Google should implement what Alan's asking for, and they should write him a big fat check because he's 100% right on this.
And all
Oh
the
my God.
businesses will be cursing Alan out.
No, Michael, people will like better feedback. Companies want good feedback, feedback that they can trust. If all you're saying is you're only going to give them feedback for
But
people
they
who are
won't
willing
get
to
it.
give public feedback,
They won't
you're
get
not
the
going to get
feedback,
honest
though.
feedback.
That's what I'm saying. If you can make a review and share it only to your friends, the company won't see that. They're not in your circle.
They'll get the star rating.
No.
They should be able to, and I've said this, they should be able to get the star rating.
Then they have to pull out the one little piece of that thing that you wrote. Now that's public to them.
No,
problem
they're
is-
already giving star ratings.
But
If you find a hole-in-the-wall pizza joint, right, it's tiny, it's small, not many people go, it's the best place in New York, why would you put that public rating, right? All you want is for your friends to see that only. You don't want to go and tell the whole world, because then there's a queue of like 50 people. But if it's negative and it's a crappy pizza, everyone's going to put that up as public, so you get this imbalance, which is going to stuff up the numbers as well.
And now, if you're telling me that you're going to have this one little section that, only this one little star rating section is public, everything else is private, people are going to get confused by all that. If it's either all public or all private.
All right,
Okay,
let me ask two questions. Wait, I want
Go
to
ahead,
ask two
Bruce.
questions.
Then I got to do
And
it.
then
And we have a
Jody-
comment.
because listen, a lot of we're all over the place on this, but there's going to be some people who are listening now or who are going to watch us later, but who for this is not going to seem so obvious. So beside what we know would be the obvious, I want to ask two questions. The first question is, why did Google change this term of service? And the second one is, how is it going to be implemented? How are they going to decide whose plus ones and whose recommendations to use? I opted out because there may be some products, and I'm not so much concerned about restaurants, there may be some products that I recommend that I have a way of recommending that may benefit me personally, and I don't want somebody else to benefit from my recommendations. Now, my recommendations are not going to mean near as much as Mike Phillips' recommendations about audio equipment, or maybe Mike Elgin's recommendation about some other things. So why did they change this, and how are they going to implement it?
Because hang on, let me explain. I'm sharing my screen here, and look on the left for folks watching. I went to Google Local, and I came up with a scenario. For example, let's say that Craig Shipp and I decided to go to B&H Photo to check out some cameras. This is a real world situation. We might actually do that one day. So we take the train to Grand Central Station, Grand Central Terminal in New York City, and they're like a block away.
No, we would take a limousine. I'm not taking the train. Forget that.
Okay. So anyway.
No, New York City train is cool. You want to take the train.
I went to Google Local, and I typed in the location Grand Central Terminal in New York, East 42nd Street, which is like a block away from B&H Photo. And then I typed restaurants, and then I said I wanted to see, I can look for everything, or I can say just for you, and or I can say your circles. If I go to my circles, I see Hard Rock Cafe, which was given 4 stars by Jason Salas, who's a friend of ours and has been on the program many times. I see Amarone Restaurant, Italian. Peter G. McDermott gave it 5 stars. I see Paul's The Burger Joint and Stage, 2 restaurants that TJ Allard rated 5 and 4 stars respectively. This is useful information to me. Jason, Peter, and TJ are my friends. I value their opinion.
Are you saying the why is they're doing this for you? Are you serious? Is that why Google changed their terms of service for
Craig,
you?
Bruce, let's not kid ourselves. They're doing it for 2 reasons. Reason one is to make money.
Let's talk about the main reason, not the secondary
To
reason.
make money, but you make money selling a valuable service. You're helping people and you're earning a living. I make money in the newspaper business. We have ads. I swear to God, we had an advertiser say, call up Frantic
swear to God we have ads?
and say, don't go there. Okay, so we had an advertiser call up frantically saying, I have to get in the next paper. And she said, what's wrong? She said, well, I ran into somebody and they said they thought we had gone out of business because we stopped advertising in your paper. Now, that's what I like to hear, right? So we do exist to earn a profit, but also we exist to provide a great service for readers, for local news, and for advertisers to reach those readers. And it's very affordable and it's great, right?
And what are the names
there's
of
nothing
those
wrong
papers?
with that. Warren and Frederick County Report newspaper, which are at warrencountyva.com and frederickcounty.com. But anyway, if I am looking for a microphone, Bruce, and admittedly, Mike Phillips runs circles around us, but we've got some game from our experience. But Mike is a real aficionado. It is very valuable to me if I were searching or saw that Mike Phillips had given a microphone 5 stars. Case closed, sold. Because I know he's not trying to sell me something. He has nothing to gain. He's just trying to offer, information out to people, just like I do. Like at the end of the show, I'm going to do a little video of my setup, right? Because people ask me all the time. I got another one today. How do you, tell me about your setup, streaming and hardware, audio, mixer. And so I just want to show them so I can point them to the video. And I give this stuff away. And it's popular. I mean, the last one I did has 20,000 views or something. It's my, but
what if you're a well-known expert?
Gain.
What if you're a well-known expert and you've got affiliate links for all these products that you're going to advertise in your video? I'm not going to let anybody make money off of my endorsement, as little and puny as it would be.
Then you have no right, Bruce, to ever. Bruce, you have no right to ever go to Zagat and look for what restaurant to eat at, because if you're not willing to give up your recommendations, you have no right to anybody else's. And if we all participate,
strongly disagree.
If we all participate,
now answer the question as how they're going to implement this.
I have
how
no
are they
idea.
Going to decide
and how they're doing it today, or how they're going to do it in 6 months or a year.
All right. How they're going to do this is linked 100% to the why they're doing this, and that's what I don't like.
Okay, so this is the way I've seen it. Now, if this works exactly like it does in Play, which it currently does, usually it's only going to show up if you go to that app or if you search for that certain thing. And it usually puts, like, let's say you have someone circled, it's going to put their rating up front because, I mean, you know them. But, I mean, right now, another reason I don't see why this is, up in the air is because you get this in Play, and it's only going to be in Google Ads. And the reason they do this, ads. They make freaking almost all their money on ads. So, I mean,
$12 billion a quarter.
It's to send to someone like a company like, oh, we offer personalized reviews where they show up. I mean, it gives you more. Everyone knows a friend's recommendation is going to be higher than any recommendation the company makes.
Sure, can't beat word of mouth.
It's valuable. That's what I want. It's valuable information to me. If
Taking
I'm,
their ads to the next level.
knowing Jason Salas liked a restaurant or Peter G. McDermott or TJ, that is valuable information to me. They're not trying to sell me something. They're not a tour guide who gets a cut. They just said, hey, this is awesome, and that's valuable information to me.
But Dan, what if Peter had an affiliate relationship with that restaurant so that every time they went there, if they said, hey, Peter sent me, he gets a cut of your check?
Look, I'm not living in Jack Bauer land. I mean, yeah, I suppose there could be a conspiracy theory, but if Jason Salas went to Hard Rock Cafe,
if that was the case, then Dan wouldn't give that recommendation as much weight.
But I also know Peter G. McDermott lives in Nashville, Tennessee, and he's reviewing a restaurant by Grand Central Station, so he's probably was traveling. He doesn't have an agreement with that independent Italian mom and pop shop in New York.
If he did, then
we can play the if game all.
No, guys, can I finish my point, please?
No.
And this is, I think, the point that Bruce was making, is that part of the reason why he doesn't want his name shared is because when he shares something, he's getting a cut. Some of the things that he is sharing as part of the affiliate program that he has with these products or websites or services or whatever. So he doesn't want you going to the restaurant without giving his name. And that's what Google is doing, is they're using his name, but not using his affiliate program. And that's what some people are going to be
Bruce said in
opting
the
out for.
comments that there's a big difference between a service and a product. I don't see that. If you're getting a cut of the service and you're recommending the service, it's still a bias, review. I mean, so if you're getting a cut, if you're on the take, basically, then that's not worth as much. That's not as valuable to Dan as recommendations that are clearly coming from somebody who doesn't have a dog in the hunt. So, I mean, if he...
You don't think Google has a dog in the hunt?
I'm just saying, no. If Dan is getting a recommendation from somebody who ate at that restaurant or whatever, who he knows, and Dan has a reasonable belief that that person is not getting a kickback, then he's going to give that recommendation more weight than if somebody gives him a recommendation. And Dan
also,
knows,
it tells you, look, it
kickback.
highlights it because Craig recommended it. But if it's a restaurant and Craig recommended in Frederick, Maryland, where he has Frederick.com, in fact, and maybe this guy's an advertiser, and Craig goes on there and says, wow, this restaurant's just amazing, 5 stars. But then I look, and the average review is 1 star, and there's posts about, cockroaches, condoms in the parking lot, the guy doesn't wear sleeves. I mean, I'm not going to eat there. So it highlights it because I selected my circles, but others can review as well, and you look at the reviews in the aggregate if you're an intelligent consumer. If you're a consumer who's looking at a review site to determine where to eat, you're not just going to go on one recommendation. You're going to look at the reviews.
All of this does not matter because that is not the way it currently works. We can play the if game all night.
Well, that doesn't mean the way that it currently works is, good.
All right.
Realistic to the way
Any
it
other
works.
thoughts? What does Andrew think? Because he's in Australia, and I'm curious what you think. Because I know privacy issues are played out differently in different countries.
Look, as you were sort of saying, Craig, if somebody recommends something but they're getting a kickback, it may not carry as much weight. But I don't think you're going to know. I mean, if someone, if you've got a deal with a restaurant where you bring in X number of people, you get a free feed, you're probably not going to go and publicize that. So no one around you is actually going to know that you've got that kickback happening. And the reality is, if you are worth your salt, you're not going to go and get a kickback off a crappy restaurant because you're probably not going to want to go there or have an association with that sort of restaurant anyway. And obviously, having the ability to see who in your circles likes things carries a lot more weight than anything else, because if I see that Dan likes a good steak restaurant, I'm going to go, okay, Dan's a man of the world. He goes out, he's been places, he's going to know what a good steak tastes like. Whereas if I see some other person who I have no idea, they could be a college kid who eats at McDonald's 4 times a week, their recommendation of a good steak to me is not going to carry any value. I don't know who that person is or what their deal is. So at the end of the day, having it so it's all linked with your people in your circles, that's going to carry a whole lot more weight. And it depends then entirely on how Google actually run that. I think when you create public content, you have this perception that that public content is somehow attached to the community or attached to your profile, so that when people come to you, there's sort of a pull mechanism for that content to actually be consumed. If Google are looking to actually use that and push that out, so that goes on a brochure, it goes on their website, it goes on someone's restaurant site, that sort of stuff, then that's a really difficult one, which is probably not overly ethical. And as you said, Michael, they're going to make a bang for buck. They're going to make some dollars out of this, which is why they're doing it. And it's probably not entirely ethical, which is again why they're allowing you to opt out. But as I said earlier, they know that only the top few % are going to ever see that email that came through and actually going to opt out. So it's sort of a win-win for them.
I think they're not going to see a lot of corruption, because if I don't make any money by giving a restaurant 5 stars, the restaurant pays Google to promote that.
You don't,
And
Dan?
so
Then you're in the wrong line of business. Do you know how much you can make for giving a restaurant 5 stars?
I have no idea.
Actually, quite a bit of money, apparently. The New York Attorney General just is filing charges against a bunch of people for doing that.
Well, maybe I'm in the wrong business. I'm just,
You're just a newspaper guy, I know.
What's really funny is another newspaper did this contest, Reader's Choice Awards or something, and all these businesses came and ran these gigantic ads promoting that they had won, and they mentioned the other newspaper, but I was like, they were paying us to promote this contest that this other newspaper did, so I was like, I'll take your money. It's funny.
We've got a bunch of comments.
All right, let's go to them.
From Kevin, I'm fine with the way Google Plus handles reviews. It balances the need for people to share privately and Google's need to gather public information about local places. Google is doing this on purpose as a start anyway. A lot of people would just share with their circle of close friends, and if we go look for reviews, we'll see very few. Unless, of course, you've got close friends who have reviewed it already, which is kind of my point. Kevin disagrees with Craig and I, but that's okay, Kevin, you're wrong in this case. Alan and Craig are wrong about reviews. Google forcing you to write formal reviews publicly only is an aggressive way of telling you that only your public reviews matter to Google. And I think that's a mistake. I'm fine with Google forcing public-only reviews. More reviews I see equals more useful information to me plus Google. But if everyone you know is only writing them privately, or is only writing them publicly and won't because they're going to be public, then you're going to see less. I'm a little behind because of SoftBank Singular delay. This isn't really a debate about whether you should or shouldn't be allowed to do this, but how it's implemented. And finally, from Kevin, this conversation makes me want to go to Frederick and Hangout 10 websites and look at Craig's gold iPhone reviews.
Craig's getting a cut of it.
Okay, so I think this goes to the motive.
/area cable. YouTube.com/area cable.
He's going to get all of his URLs in before the show's
I gave it
over.
1 star.
We should have a contest to see how many URLs Craig can sneak in. Okay, so the big thing I think is the history. I initially when I first brought this topic to the forefront tonight, I noted that it was interesting how when Facebook did a similar thing in a different way, they were lambasted, including on this program by me. When Google Plus did it, I don't have a problem with it. And I think that there's a couple reasons for that. One, Google Plus is doing it in the right way. They're literally spamming us with multiple notifications that they're doing it and saying you can easily opt out. Here's how. And also, it goes to the trust factor. Do you trust Mark Zuckerberg, who has a history of playing fast and loose with the privacy of his users? Or do you trust Google, which has a history of not doing that? And I have no problem with them making a buck. I have no problem with them trying to monetize this money-sucking hole that is Google Plus, and because they're in doing so, they're providing relevant search results. That's how they make their money. I think it's $12 billion a quarter, whatever. When you go to Google and you type in, "I'm looking to fly to New York," "I'm looking to buy a hot tub," whatever, then you'll get search results and you'll get the ads next to it. And often the ads, I've said this a million times on this program, often the paid ads are better results than the native search results and are more relevant. And then I click on them and I can find stuff, especially if it's an obscure search and you can't figure out how to word it correctly. Then but the people who are buying those ads are really good at that, often better than the native algorithm, because they're specifically trying to find people looking for their product or service, whereas the algorithm is more general. So it provides a good service to people who are looking for information, and if they can make money and in doing so, I have no problem with that at all. But I think there's a big difference in how we view Mark Zuckerberg's trustworthiness versus Larry Page's trustworthiness, and Google as a corporation versus Facebook.
I'm shocked that this panel would find fault with Facebook.
Welcome to Orcut Week.
I'm absolutely shocked.
Alrighty.
Anybody else not weighed in yet who wants to? I have to put Craig Shipp's troll pickup real quick. All right, so this is a subtopic, right, Alan? Or
What do you mean this is a subtopic?
Or
yeah, kind of. No, this was. We already reviewed all of the other things in this topic.
Are we done? Is Moritz still awake?
Yeah, let's move on. There's no privacy on the internet anymore anyway, so I don't even know why we even talked about this.
I should have invited Jeff Jarvis on. I bet he's.
Oh gosh.
He'd be perfect on this topic. Okay, Google Plus top contributor and frequent panelist Michael Banks is our special guest to discuss the Google Top Contributor Summit last week, as well as his Photo Editor Challenge. And Moritz was there as well. He's still there in California. He's half asleep because he's been exposed to the Mountain View, all the restaurants at Googleplex, and he's basically. He's been eating himself from one end of the campus to the other with the stop at Cheesecake Factory, I see. Okay, so what do you think?
So Michael, why don't you tell us, first of all, what a top contributor is and what the Top Contributor Summit was all about?
Okay, so a top contributor is basically like the most knowledgeable people in the help forums or different help areas about different Google products. So, I mean, there's top contributors for pretty much every Google product there is. And they basically help users troubleshoot issues, get feedback from different other products, and demonstrate how to use different products.
And you're a top contributor for which product?
Google Plus.
Google Plus, what a shock.
What a shock.
So pretty much, so you're part of the community, part of the Google Plus help community, correct?
Yes, that's where all the top contributors for Google Plus. That's where we hang out.
So last week you were at the Top Contributor Summit. What was the summit about, and what was it like?
Can I first say something real quick?
Oh, I guess so, Moritz.
So first of all, I want to thank Michael and all the other over 300 top contributors from around the world that joined us last week for 3 days here in California. It was an amazing time with them.
Now, just to clarify, this was for all of the top contributors, correct?
Yes.
Not just for the Google Plus ones. Okay.
Yes. So initially we invited, I think, something between 500 and 600 from all around the world, from all different products we have at Google. And I think roughly 350 actually made it over to San Francisco to join us here for a 3-day summit, and I'm pretty sure Michael will say a bit more about that in a minute. But it was so great to have all of them here and to spend time with them, see them face to face, and helping also other top contributors to know each other better and exchange ideas, brainstorm future projects and stuff like that. So it was really great, and it was really worth the time, and we had a lot of fun together. But thanks for coming out, and you guys rock.
Now, let me ask you something, Moritz, before we switch back to Michael. I assume part of the reason why you guys wanted them there was to get their feedback to you. What sorts of stuff did you guys learn from the top contributors while they were there?
I can only speak for the sessions I attended, but it was very interesting to see some insights or some thoughts from TCs. They were able to speak to product managers and to engineers directly, and they really appreciated the honest feedback from a bunch of TCs. And this will definitely help them to understand some user issues better, because they're we're discussing that back and forth. I can't go into too much detail, and but it was very interesting and very helpful to speak with the TCs, and I think also the TCs understood a bit better why we can't always make changes immediately, but they understand also that we take feedback very serious, and it just sometimes takes a bit more time to implement new things, or we have to figure out how to make things work, stuff like that.
So, from your perspective, the top contributors were also a user's representative in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
the TCs are out. The TCs are out there in the forums. They see, sometimes more than we do as a community manager. We are looking through the communities and through the forums, and we are on the product as well. And Google Plus is quite social, so there's a lot more engagement. But if you're a community manager for Gmail, you only have the forums as your channel with the users, and the TCs are very vocal and try to raise those issues and bring that up to the community managers. And definitely the TCs know better what's going on, and they help us as well to understand the community and the users and the problems.
Okay, so anybody else have anything else for Moritz? I know he needs to leave shortly.
Yeah, with that, over to Michael, and
I got a question for Moritz, real quick.
Yeah.
We got a public post from Cadeus that he reached his comment limit on the show, and it says he's posted a thumbnail, which I'll share with you later. It says comment limit reached, try again later. What the hell is that about? That's insane.
I've seen that if you're posting too many things too quickly.
On YouTube, or where is the limit?
It looks like it's on YouTube. It's a public post he did. If you go to his page, you'll see it.
Yeah, link me. I can look it up.
Let me. I'll copy it right now, and I'll put it in the little in our Hangout chat.
Yeah,
pop-up thing. There you go. But it says he posted this, and let me share my screen here. He said, "WTF?" I have no idea what that means. YouTube, how are you going to limit my comments when I'm watching the live show? This needs to change. I agree. This is outrageous. So I'm yawning, and Alan's ranting. Basically, typical show. But then it says he tried to put a comment in there. Comment limit reached. Try again later. This is not good at all when we're trying to. When you have a show with an active, we encourage comments. We have a comment tracker that Google has made a featured app. And if they're going to tell you oh, you're participating too much in social media, you have to slow down. I could understand if he's posting links to Viagra, but they know that he's an algorithm would quickly discern that he has no strikes against him. He's a normal user. He engages and gets. You know what I mean? They Google, if nothing else, can do an algorithm.
And it should be up to the broadcaster should throw him out if he's abusing.
The comment system on YouTube is a bit
experimental.
Strange. Let me put it this way. But we announced that we will integrate the Google Plus commenting system like we did on Blogger on YouTube, so that will definitely solve it. But I definitely don't know what's going on there. I would have to look into that. I'm not supporting YouTube directly, but I can try to figure out what's causing that. It could be just that he was commenting too fast after another, so maybe it's gone in 5 or 10 minutes.
But so what? I mean,
I've seen that.
he's not a
I've
known spammer. You know, he's not somebody who's. They should know, like, you know,
No, but
an algorithm
YouTube
would determine do they have complaints about this person
YouTube
or
does not take that into account. I mean, if
They
I,
should. Then that's a
would go-
fail for them. This
I know. That's why we switched to the Google Plus commenting system. Maybe. Anyway, back to TC Summit. And Michael, tell your story.
So, Michael, tell us a bit about, I guess, first of all, what was it like there?
I mean, it was awesome to see all the different TCs from different countries and different products. I mean, you got to interact with them. I mean, there was a lot of different opportunities. I mean, we got a sneak peek at some of the recently released Google products. We got to try Glass.
If it was recently released, how is it a sneak peek? Never mind. Keep going. So you got to try Glass. What did you think?
Mixed feelings.
Okay.
I like the possibility of where it's going. I like some things in Glass. Some of the apps work phenomenally, and you can. I mean, you get what it's for. It works great. The navigation, it doesn't do it for me. The way you interact with the swipes and, you know, to go back. I mean, there's not a home button. I don't know if the phone has spoiled me with the home button. But I mean, you gotta go. If you go like 3 levels into an app, you gotta go back like 3 or 4 times to get back to the home screen. But I mean, it's just, it was definitely cool. I mean, it was awesome. It looks great. Just some of the UI things aren't there for me, but I mean, it was definitely a great product, and for the right price, I would definitely buy it.
Okay, so
What would be the right price?
Eesh. I would say under 5, but I would see more than 3. So like 3 to 500.
Okay, so what else? What else did you get to? What else did you learn there?
I learned the relationship on how, like, I'm the Google Plus TC, so I mean, focus more on Google Plus and other products, but I like the different way things are done there, like the different pieces of the pie that makes up the whole pie. I mean, it was great to give feedback and, you know, share some of the different things that we see using Google Plus and, you know, different things like that. But I mean, interacting with the engineers and other people like that, I mean, community managers, I mean, talking with them about how they see Google Plus and how they use it. It was interesting to get their take on it as well.
What sort of message do you kind of want to take from there and make sure everybody else learns? You know, if you had one thing that you took away that you wanted to tell everybody, what would that be?
That the different people, the Googlers, especially on the different products, they actually do look at feedback. They actually do take it into account. And they actually are paying a lot of attention to the different minute issues, like reviews and plus ones, and the community and spam. They actually do look at these things and like take them into account with, you know, things that they make. I mean, it's neat because like places like Facebook, I mean, I don't know too many. I've never even met a Facebook employee, online or offline, but I mean, it was interesting to see that they actually do pay attention to these things. Like them as a whole, the entire team, and not just the user person that, you know, their job is to look at feedback. Everyone does.
Okay. One of the things that you announced when you got back is that you were starting a new self-challenge. Can you tell us a little bit about this challenge that you gave yourself?
So
and why you did it?
So why I did it? I mean, like you said, we're in the Google Plus help community a lot, the TC. So I mean, a lot of things, even a lot of people really are very vocal about the photo editing tools. You know, I mean, just today I saw someone complaining like, I hate these tools so much, blah 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 blah. why'd you have to change it? Why can you have what used to be there? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
So
I saw that post too.
Yeah, I know. You had like a book complaint about Google Plus Photos. And I know we're talking about photos again. What, the 6th week in a row?
I think we skipped last week.
Oh, what? That means
You
I
weren't
wasn't here.
here.
That's why I wasn't here. Okay. But so seeing all the negative stuff, so I mean, I use Lightroom too, so I don't even use the photo tools at all. So I started, like, once they changed it and made it, what's the word, smarter in a way, with forgetting some of the other simpler things that a lot of people do like. So I decided, like, I'm going to give it a try. I'm actually going to use it since I really don't use it. I don't even use Auto Awesome. So I decided, like, at least once a week I'm going to take a photo that's taken raw to camera. And I'm going to use only those tools to see if it's actually a good platform. I wish I, would have done it a while ago with the Picnic, platform back then to see how better it got or how not better it got, or if it's as terrible as everyone makes it out to be.
Okay, I'm not here to defend it right now, so keep going.
What? Okay.
No. Here's the thing, Michael, and this is the point that I actually made when it first came out. It does some things better. It does some things a lot better, and it totally omitted some very important tools. And I believe my critique of it at the time was it does some things a lot better, and I've been using it since, and I've been getting into it more and more. But it has some failings, and some of those failings are features that are missing from the old tools. Some of those are silly features, and some are real features.
Can you all go over some of those tools just for people that are watching that might not be aware? Can you go over some of the tools that were lost and some of the ones they still have?
Well, Michael, why don't you tell us today? I noticed you post your first challenge picture today, and with it you posted a great commentary about what you did with it. So can you tell us a little bit about what changes you made to this picture? And how easy you found the tools to be to use.
Sure. So let me I'll show you at the same time.
And for everyone who is watching, I go ahead and follow Michael Banks because he does have a post that shows the picture and goes into it in some detail.
So what I did, I basically uploaded a raw photo. Since I do use RAW, and I basically, it was to the point where, like, I wanted to, do something simple. I didn't want to do anything too crazy, so I basically used the edit tools, and one of the issues with the photo is that the main person is, like, dark and the background is light. So I mean, one of the actually awesome features that editing tool does is actually I'll do it now. The selective adjustment. I mean, you're able to do control points to where you can change different areas of the photo. And one thing that I do love that it does awesome is that it's very smart. So I mean, this red area is like, it pulls out different areas of the photo based on different objects in the photo. Like, so you'll see in the circle it's red in areas, but it doesn't highlight her arm because I don't want to select the arm. I want to select the background, the part that's bright. So I mean, stuff like that, I'm sure the algorithm behind the scenes is selecting that area by itself. I mean, that's smart. I mean, it's almost like Photoshop in the cloud, which some argue is what it's going towards, which a lot of people don't like Photoshop, believe it or not. But I mean, that's one thing I did to the photo. I darkened the background. I, boosted the shadow on her. That way you could see her more. And I straightened and, cropped the photo, make it straight.
Can you use that same tool, Michael, to select her?
Yeah. I mean, like, and that's what I did. I told you I, made her brighter. So, I mean, I can click on her, and as you see, the circle's huge, but she's not that, So, I mean, you can dial it down to only select mostly her. And then you can move the circle around to, focus more on her, so it only chooses her.
I don't want to get into a
But
photo
yeah,
show here.
so we don't get into that.
But I
One
find it interesting that you use that tool instead of a different tool to do the same thing. So it's interesting.
Again, it's
So keep
selected
going.
only to select different areas that you want to emphasize or darken. But one of the issues that I have with all of the basic adjustments, and all of the adjustments, matter of fact, is that once you make an edit, for example, I'll do one real quick, control point like the background right here. If I make this dark and press apply, I cannot go back into it and edit that control point anymore. It's almost destructive. Now, you can undo it and redo it.
So
but
in
you
just
can't
a few
totally go back
hours,
to
you
it.
could edit several photos.
Yeah.
Are you quick? How long does this take you? Like if you bust out like a dozen photos at an event and you wanted to, it was an important post and you wanted to do,
A dozen about 30, 45 minutes. But all of them are like
also
that.
depends what changes you want to make to it. I mean, if you're going in and minutely editing particular segments, that could take a while. If you use one of the more overviewing editors, it can do some of these things more automatically for you. So casual users can very easily go to drama, for example, or go to the details setting and just change the overall look. The control points are good because they help you tweak just particular areas.
Now, Michael, how much of what you did to this photo could Auto Awesome have done?
Now, I'll tell you, yeah, Auto Awesome, yes. Glad you brought that up. Auto Awesome, all that did real quick was brighten her up. Because when I uploaded it, it auto-enhanced it because I have that on. And it did a decent job. I mean, it was shockingly awesome how good it was, but it doesn't do any of that creative adjustment. It does the basic light adjustment.
Can you still show that photo? Do you still have the Auto Awesome one?
I don't.
Okay.
Actually, one of the neat things about that you can do with this editor is you've got the auto adjust button up there, auto enhance button up there. So you can see exactly what it did and tweak the auto awesoming that it did for you.
Yep.
So actually, if he turned it back on right now, I don't know how accurate that is from the original one, but he can then say, okay, here's what it did for me, and let me fiddle with it a little bit more.
And actually, it shows you, compares it. So what this did, all it did was sort of doing a vignette. It darkened the area around the tree and area around the photo. Put a vignette. That's all it basically did.
It's not brightening her up enough at all.
It didn't brighten her at all, no.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's smart to some effect, and, I mean, as they've shown, it's getting a lot better. But one of the issues with the editing overall is, like I said, it's destructive. The only one feature that you can go back in and change is the crop and rotate. If I crop the photo, apply, and come back, I can still adjust those crop in different areas. The last thing I did to the photo was the creative adjustments. As Alan said, you can make these adjustments real quick. You can do a vignette, but like I said, when you apply, you can't go back and edit it. You can only undo and redo. You can always compare at the beginning of the photo. And I mean, that's something I did. That was basically all I did with this. And that was the finished image that I did to it. So I basically applied the vintage, I did the control points, and I blurred the areas that she's not in. So, I mean, I like it. It's, like I said, it's lacking in some areas. There are some things missing, like text. And that was the biggest thing that I heard people complaining about it, text.
The text is a big one. I think the other big feature that I used a lot in the original, in the Picnic editor that isn't in this one, are flaw removal or touch-ups or that sort of thing. Because my camera has, it has a couple of dust flakes on it, and I know they're there, and I need to clean them off. But until then, if I want to edit this photo and retouch it slightly, Picnic gave me a way to say, oops, correct, fix that dot that's there. I don't have that kind of thing here.
Now, are you saying you can't put any text at all on the photo?
There's a workaround.
It's a workaround. It's a kludge.
And it's still not nowhere near the point where it used to be, but you can add text. It's very limited. But you can't.
Camera Plus has some really good tools for that, and I'm sure they could come up with some really good tools for putting some text overlays on it.
Well, I think the big thing to realize about the current photo editor versus the old one is the current one really isn't. It's out to. It's kind of its goal is to help take a picture that you've shot and tweak it to just the way that you want it to look. Where the old editor did, it wasn't just tweak it to the way you want it to look, but it's also change it. It lets you draw images, draw call-outs on it. It lets you put text on it. It was a more full-featured bitmap editor almost. This one isn't trying to fundamentally change the picture. It's trying to tweak it. And I understand why the difference, but it's.
I'm sure they were faced to a point. I'm guessing. It's total speculation. But I mean, they got this one thing on hand, and they just made this big purchase, Nick. And you can't merge them yet. And I mean, I'm sure you give and take. It's like a give and take relationship.
Yeah, no, it was clear that this is because they wanted to move forward and they couldn't move forward on the old one, and they bought this tool and they were going to move forward with it instead. And I understand why, but I think they missed a couple of important features.
Yep.
So anybody else have any questions for Michael?
How much of this is a result of the Nick software acquisition?
100%.
All of this came from them.
Oh, this is Nick software.
If you download Snapseed, it would look just like it will look so similar.
This is Snapseed. The controls on some of the controls are identical. Some of the features are identical. This
Icons.
The community manager that supports this used to work at Snapseed. This is Snapseed. There is no doubt who worked on this product. And in some ways that's good, because that was a team that knows what they're doing with photos. It's not like they got a bunch of people who have no concept whatsoever with with photographic computation.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy talking about it? And where's the guy that wrote that book about complaints? I mean, it's not like the same person.
My complaints were as my rants go. That complaint was a fairly balanced complaint.
It just seemed like you were shouting through the whole post.
I was shouting through the whole post.
You're not shouting now, though. I mean,
Do I need to go find this post? Let me go find this post. Well, you answered this next question. Anything else more, Craig, from him about photos? Because I've got other questions for Michael.
No, I'm good. I think it looks good. I think if they keep working on it, add some good text, layering options.
Layering. It's interesting you say layering.
Yeah, all of that. Layering, text, everything.
Why do you say that's interesting, Michael?
Complaining about you about layering.
What was that?
I'm sure Alan will be complaining about layering.
Well, here's the thing. This isn't Photoshop. This isn't GIMP.
Do you want it to be?
Well, I think they need to get to that point, whether through this tool or through another tool, because if they don't, they've got a pixel that's totally worthless. I mean, I'm sorry. If people are talking about how the Pixel is great for photo editing, it's not great for photo editing because there's no great tool to do it on the Pixel. When there is, that's awesome. I think there's a lot that needs to be done with photo management in Google Plus Photos outside of just editing it. So they're taking these tiny steps, and I wish they'd take slightly larger steps already. Because and I understand why they're only taking tiny steps, but it's getting frustrating. So changing subjects a little bit, Michael, back to the TC question. There have been a lot of people who have talked about in the past how Google plays favorites. And I kind of like your take on, is Google playing favorites with their TCs, or are they trying to do something for everybody? Are they, exploiting you terribly, and this is the bare minimum compensation you get back? What are your thoughts on, being a privileged user in the Google ecosystem?
So, to become a TC, one of the things that you do is you help people. That's like the main thing, is help. So no TC is a TC that did not help a tremendous amount of people. So I mean, all the TCs participate in the forum, and Google Plus is like unique to the point that it's the only product that I know that is not in a regular forum that is actually in Google Plus. So the help area is in Google Plus, and you will see TCs on Google Plus helping people around the clock.
And that's a recent change. Is
That is a
moving out
recent
of the
change.
forums and into the community.
That is a recent change, yes. But I mean, every TC had to earn their. It's not that, hey, I like you, you're going to become a TC. It's the point where you've helped people, a lot of people, and they see that you're helping people, and they ask you to become a TC.
So, are you agreeing or disagreeing with people that's saying that you guys that they're playing favorites?
I disagree because, like I said, I mean, if you play favorites, I mean, that means you give someone something that had no reason or no possible way of earning it. Every TC earned to become a TC. Everyone.
Where was I? So, okay. So what would your advice be for people who think they should be a TC? That they deserve to be a TC? What's your advice to them?
If they deserve to be a TC, they will be a TC. I mean, you help people. Like, if you're helping so many people where everyone knows you're helping, I mean, you don't lead when someone's looking at you. You lead behind the scenes. And, I mean, people will know you're leading. I mean, so this one's centered all around help.
How many people, Michael? How many people do you have to help?
Can you quantify leadership? How many people?
But I mean, are there any kind of guidelines at all? Does it mean you helped 5 people a week? You helped 10 people? You helped 20? I mean,
on average, when you see people become top contributors, Michael, what's the amount of time? I assume it means that like almost on a daily basis, you're logging in for an hour or two and answering questions.
No. It's far more than that. Some of the really top contributors are, I will, get notifications about updates in that community, and I'll go look, and the top contributors have already been on it for, immediately. Some of the best top contributors are literally spending 4, 5, 6 hours.
I think it's great that Google goes out of their way to reward these folks. Because I mean, obviously, it's in their best interest because they're providing tech support for free, but they're also doing it out of the mouse wheel. In other words, they're not privy to everything. They're looking at it from a user's perspective. Now, Moritz has the benefit of both worlds because he works for Google, but prior to that, he was a top contributor. But on average, is there an average, like, what's the minimum, what's the maximum amount of time you've seen someone being very active on the forum before they became a top contributor, Michael? Is it like a 6-month thing or a 3-year thing or a 2-week thing, or what is it?
So each product has a community manager. Different products, there is no way you can quantify a number of how many times you have to help someone because every product is different. There is a different level to every product. And every product has a community manager. Usually the community managers are some of the key people that keep in touch with, top contributors. So, I mean, there is no way there's no number I can tell you. There's no number of times, no time limit. I mean, there is literally.
And part of it, I'd point out, is that we know that Google is a data-driven company. But when it comes to top contributors, particularly for Google+, it's hard to get that data, partly because there's no automated way to scan a community and find out just how much people are participating. But also that we know that a lot of the top contributors in Google+ themselves have their own communities or are publishing these videos on their own merits. So a lot of people are working outside the community and are putting in great stuff, putting in great effort, and have been noticed, and Google is beginning to recognize them as well.
Exactly.
How long were you active in helping people in Google Plus before you were approached to be a top contributor, Michael?
I mean, I've been, helping people since day one. I
But-
mean,
But like, at what point did you, get the official TC thing?
sometime in August, I don't remember. I
Oh,
was when
this
I was
year?
asked to become TC. Yes.
So a couple years.
What?
So you volunteered for a couple years before you got it.
I mean, it's not let you volunteer in a certain spot because, like I said, I mean, everything is different. I
You-
mean,
you got on the
part of-
map, but in your case, it was 2 years. Moritz, is Moritz still here?
No, Moritz had part of it though is that the top contributor program for Google Plus itself kind of it's a weird situation because in some ways it started as the top contributors for Buzz, and then it moved over to who's the top contributor on the forum, and then they closed down the forum and moved to the community. The Google Plus top contributors are weird and different than
Unique.
other ones.
and speaking of the summit, the Google Plus top contributors were like well known by everyone because the Google Plus top contributors, since we are unique, we were like every person like around the place, like you must be a Google Plus top contributor. You must be a Google TC. We were like the ones front row and center, loudest ones in the room everywhere.
Now, is that just because you guys were doing so much karaoke? Or,
It's that because Google Plus TCs are like unique to that way that Google Plus TCs are like Google Plus. We're that social layer on top that we are like, it's not even, you can call us a ghost town, but as you see, I mean, Google Plus isn't really a ghost town. Craig, with your expression, I love the expression you had.
By any definition, it's a ghost town. Trust me, it's a
In
ghost.
Frederick County, is that where the ghost town?
It is absolutely in most communities.
I'm putting
Now,
up
if you go to
Craig's
Silicon
troll
Valley,
slide.
if you go to Silicon Valley, then most of the people you run into are probably going to be on Google Plus at some point. But you go into most counties in this great country and go down the street and start talking to people, and very few that you find are going to be on Google Plus. That's a ghost town. Just to be real, just for a moment.
We appreciate that, Craig.
Okay, Michael, I've found my post, my book, as you put it.
Book friends.
And reading all of the paragraphs, they all kind of boil down to, yeah, this part was good, but here's what they could do better. Yeah, this was okay, but here's what it could be done better. There is, however, one paragraph that I want to call out. It's about halfway through, a little more. If it sounds like I'm harping on the negatives, perhaps I am, but I do need to make clear how awesome a tool this is. It seems to specialize in helping direct the focus of the picture on one or two specific points in the image. So if you're getting candid pictures of your kids and want to de-emphasize the background crowd, you can do that fairly easily. For cameras that don't have depth of field, this can help create that effect nicely. There are simple effects that can be quite powerful when people understand how to use them. Tweaking lighting, particularly in specific spots, is fairly trivial. So you
Is that
see,
tweaking lighting?
oh yeah,
Oh yeah, okay.
the center focus.
Yeah, gotcha.
So, there are a lot of things I like about the editor. I've been using the editor a lot this week myself on the photos that I've been doing. But it's got some serious problems.
Like, other than text.
Other than text, one of the feature that I actually was really disappointed was missing. In fact, more than touch-up, which I was pretty disappointed about. The one that really surprised me, though, was that there is no auto white balance. Now, there is a setting there that you can fiddle with it yourself, and you can get it. But Picnic was brilliant in the fact that you could select a white point, and it would adjust the photo for the white to match the white point. And if you're taking pictures with mediocre or even okay cameras, and you're doing it in low light, you're going to get whites that are heavily colored. And this was an easy way to fix it. And you no longer have that easy way to fix it. And it's surprising to me because this is a tool that in all other ways seems to do really good job at that sort of adjustment.
I will give you that to some extent. I know this may be, only beneficial for photographers, but photographer knows like there are a lot of tools in there that fixes the white balance. Now I get the auto part. I get it. Keeping it simple. And I will give you that one. Okay, I'll give you that one. But there are different ways you can fix the white balance.
There are different ways to fix it. I agree.
Yeah.
But for a tool that does a really good job at making a lot of other things easy, I was surprised that this was one thing that they didn't make easy, because they could have.
I give you that. Okay.
And that's a common issue. So
Right.
it's not like it's a fringe case thing. A lot of photos have color white balance issues.
Yeah.
Right. And if it was something that they could make really easy, I think a lot of casual users could benefit from it.
Yep.
And I think this is definitely a tool that's meant for, to appeal to casual users and say to those casual users, you can make great photos, not just, photos that look like they were done on a Polaroid. You can make great photos from this. But they had to include the Polaroid stuff because they were competing against Instagram.
What would be nice would be like an auto white balance, and then in the same place where you have that, have several choices. So if they wanted to do a more manual thing like tungsten light, click on that. Have a couple of different choices. So if they hit the auto and that didn't quite do it right for them, right, then they could try a couple of the others, and something's going to work.
Right, and to their credit, that's actually the sort of thing that they do, is they have, for all of those control, for all of their adjustment fields, they have presets. They have 6 presets, some of which do astoundingly good jobs.
But they don't have one that's specifically made for white balance.
Right.
Yeah, that's that they need to add.
Are we good on this?
Yep.
I don't know. I sadly don't see too many other comments from our viewers asking Michael questions, so I just want to say, remind people that if you've got questions, feel free to post them in the Google Plus Help community, and Michael is one of the great people who's out there helping you all make Google Plus a better place.
And we have one comment from Rich. Rich had, we should highlight, you people all need to listen up because Alan is right.
Again.
It's true.
I've been right almost all night long.
Yeah, so
especially about the privacy issues.
all right, so next up, Alan is you're gonna troll some ghetto Chromebooks, right?
Yeah, Dan, we understand you need a new Chromebook, don't you?
Well, I have and again, I'm gonna do a I'm gonna make a quick video just showing my setup and explaining the equipment and software that I use and showing the shots and the setup on how we make this program happen. But one of the things I was thinking about is my Sony Vaio laptop, which sucks, and I would never recommend, and in fact I actively recommend you not buy a Sony Vaio laptop. I was thinking about upgrading it or buying a Chromebook, and it doesn't have basic things that I would want, like an Ethernet input and a HDMI output for a second screen desktop extension screen. So those are 2 things that I would need. I'm looking at the connections here. I'm using the Ethernet, I'm using the HDMI out, and then just a couple USB ports, one to bring in a camcorder or the a webcam that you guys see me on, because the folks in the video call see me in a different webcam than the folks watching the show. And then I have another USB cable, which is to my USB, my Focusrite Sapphire audio interface to bring it to the mixing board. But I swear to God, if they had HDMI out for video and audio, and although I would just need the video, and if they had Ethernet in, then I would absolutely buy one. I would say, hang on, Alan, cover for me, I'll be right back, and I would go buy a freaking Chromebook. But alas, they don't.
Well, there's good news for you, Dan, because we've got 2 new Chromebooks coming out. Michael is showing off one of them. And
now you wrote this topic in here. Let's be honest here. You wrote, new ghetto Chromebooks from HP and Acer.
Right. But
So
Dan,
now you're
God.
praising them, right? So go
Well,
ahead, Michael, say something and show what you got, and then
no,
Alan, you take the
first
lead.
let me explain why I wrote Ghetto Chromebooks, and that's because a year and a half ago, on the show when I was coming back from I/O, I was showing out of the box my new Chromebook, my new Chromebox, and we were talking about it. And
It sounds
Dan
like something
referred-
you could contract on a trip overseas.
and
a
Dan
Chromebox.
called the Chromebox a ghetto computer.
It's ghetto. All right,
So-
Michael
so
Banks,
ever-
show us
so
your
ever since-
show us
so
your
ever since
Chromebook,
we've
and then
been
Alan.
pointing out to Dan how wrong he was.
Michael, show us your Chromebook and tell me if it has an HDMI out or an Ethernet.
And which
Interface.
Chromebook is that, Michael?
The Samsung one.
Yeah, hold it up, but speak while you're doing it, so you pop up in the top box there.
Here is your HDMI port.
There you go.
It does not have an Ethernet, and I get why. It's a Chromebook. I mean, it's not aimed at those Cat 5 people, Craig. It is not aimed for those people. It's aimed... I mean, it doesn't have an optical drive. I mean, there's so many things that Chromebooks in the future may be the way to go, because a lot of the things that are in the Chromebook are changes we're seeing in the industry as a whole. Optical drives are going out the window. Ethernet are starting to go out the window. I mean,
I swear to God, Wi-Fi sucks, and Ethernet kicks ass.
untrue.
I'm
Everything
right
is-
and you're wrong.
Everything depends.
I don't care how many TC plaques you have on your freaking wall. You can't compete with copper wire or
Actually, I do have a
fiber
TC plaque on my
cable
wall.
versus Wi-Fi, which is literally on the worst possible spectrum you could have.
I actually do have a TC plaque on my wall, and I mean, everything is it depends.
If you have a choice, Craig Shipp, if you had a choice,
Oh, come on, Craig, really? Craig,
if you had a choice for
What?
any given situation where connectivity mattered,
Craig, if
and you had
a
to
choice-
choose, you voluntarily
Craig,
choiced. I'm making a new word right here on Google Plus Week.
Craig,
If
if
you
had a
chose
choice
between
shooting
Wi-Fi
yourself in
and
the head
Ethernet,
slashing your throat, which would you do?
If I wanted to go low end all the way, I would buy an Android phone, I'd buy a Chromebook, I'd be on Google Plus, and I'd hook up via Wi-Fi.
wait, let me get my troll slide up. It's time. We got to get. I'm gonna get.
I mean, if you want to go low
I got to
end,
get one of
we
these
can
for
go
Alan
low
for his
end
rants.
here.
No, listen. I mean,
you know what the Chromebook is like aimed at?
And I'd take all the photos with my Android
What-
phone and I'd edit them online
But
on the
this
Google
bugs
Plus
me.
photo editor.
and you would get your event photos done in no more than 4 or 5 days, Craig.
And it'd all be free.
Absolutely free. As
So
opposed
what bugs you, Dan? What bugs you?
Okay, it really bugs me that Michael, you are one of the smartest guys I know. You are the consummate tech geek. You're a patriot. You're a U.S. soldier. I love you to death.
And young and good looking too. And you're not jealous or anything.
I'm not, yeah, because I'm short and
But
I have these
get to the
cheeks.
butt, Dan. We only
But
have
it
2
bothers
hours
me
left.
that you would, with a straight face, tell me that the performance from Wi-Fi is superior to Ethernet.
Well,
When
I'm
it's-
saying the gap is not that far. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that if you microwave a cup of coffee, it could impact your Wi-Fi.
No, that's not true anymore, Dan.
If you if you do speed tests, come on, guys.
I've seen
If
a
you-
video
if you
of
do
Larry
speed
Page
tests
testifying
on the
in front of a
cable and
town
off the cable,
council.
there's a significant difference. Come on, let's be.
It's not
real.
that significant. Not that.
Every time I
No.
test it, it's significant.
It's like if I'm okay in my office, if I go upstairs, there's a movie company above me, super guys. If I were to plug in there, we get like 20 down, 3 up, 4 up, whatever at the office. Here I have much faster internet, but at the office, if I'm downstairs with Wi-Fi and it says I have a super connection because the Wi-Fi router is literally directly above my head on the next floor up. It's like 3 to 6 down and 2 up.
Now watch this.
because it's
you
Wi-Fi
have-
versus Ethernet.
Now watch this.
Wi-Fi
Do you have-
sucks.
You have a router.
It sucks by design because the reason they didn't require, they took absolutely shitty spectrum and they said that we're going to let anybody use it without an FCC license and just have at it, and it's the Wild West because the spectrum is so crappy that it doesn't matter. It's not worth
Nobody else
anything.
wanted it.
Dan,
Nobody else
Dan,
wanted
can I
it.
point out Dan, you're talking about spectrum from 10 years ago. You're not talking about the 5.4 of spectrum.
Do you have a router with 802.11n, or are you on G or are you on A?
Man, I have no idea. I have some piece of crap from Walmart. I have no idea.
Exactly. You
Seriously.
can
The
have
problem with
Google
some of
Fiber.
those modern
Watch this.
standards is some of the
Watch
modern
this, Craig.
standards are even worse.
Watch this, Craig. You
Even
can have
worse.
Google Fiber speeds on Ethernet with a freaking $10 Wi-Fi router that only goes to 802.11 freaking.
What I'm saying is, though, Michael, that not everyone knows that, not everyone has that router, and that they should. I mean, what does it cost them? Like $1 to put a freaking Ethernet port on a laptop?
No, more than that.
Maybe
Those-
$3. I stand
Wait
corrected.
a minute now, guys. Some of those higher frequencies are not necessarily better. Sometimes they can
I didn't say
move
anything
more
about
data.
frequency.
They can move more data, but sometimes they have even more trouble going through walls and things like that.
I didn't even bring
it's
up
not a panacea. There's none of these things that work that great.
But Craig, here's the problem.
Is to plug in a Cat5 cable or Cat6 or whatever, and then you solve the problem.
I didn't even bring up 2.5 frequencies or 5 freaking gigahertz. I didn't even bring up frequencies.
Craig, the problem is it's not like Ethernet. It's not like wired Ethernet is the silver bullet either. And part of the reason why it's not a silver bullet is because you still have quality control problems on wired stuff as well. You still
Yeah,
have
but it's
congestion.
a lot
You still have
better
bad
on
wires.
average. It's going to be a lot better for most people than the Wi-Fi.
And y'all are taking this way out of proportion. All I'm saying is that the gap from the difference of Ethernet and Wi-Fi is smaller than you think. That's all I'm saying.
All I know is whenever somebody comes in the Hangout and they got a terrible connection and it looks terrible, the first thing I ask them is,
They
"Are
probably
you
got a
on
$40
Wi-Fi?"
router.
And they
probably got a
always say,
$40
"Yes, I'm on Wi-Fi." And then if they get a Cat5 and they plug it in, it's generally significantly better and more stable.
They probably
It
got a
doesn't
$40
come and
Wi-Fi
go.
too.
And it isn't,
Guys, I want to bring in this comment, and then I'd like to kind of continue on and talk about the actual Chromebooks themselves.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, this final comment from you. It's not that significant, and you have to weigh the slight speed difference against the huge advantage of mobility. And I think that's kind of what Michael and I are saying. It's not. I think
My
we were-
workstation here is not moving. It's not going anywhere. My workstation in the other room is not moving. It's not going anywhere.
My workstation in my bedroom isn't going anywhere either. But trying
Then you
to run
hook it up with Cat5.
No, I can't hook it up with Cat5 because running the Cat5 up there hits a distance limitation, and it hits other quality issues. There
Well,
are-
obviously, if it's not practical, if you
It's
can't
not
do it, you
practical,
don't do it.
and that's the point that we're making. A laptop is meant to be mobile. Chromebooks are laptops; they're meant to be mobile.
But Dan
Let's-
wants to
let's look
buy
at these-
something.
Craig,
but
Craig.
why can't they make another product that's not meant to be mobile?
Or no.
They do.
It's about options. It's about options. I
That's the
understand.
Chromebox. My Chromebox has an Ethernet port in
Then
it.
Dan, why don't you buy a Chrome box?
Look, if I'm home, I can.
Because he called it ghetto.
If I'm home,
Do they make a newer Chrome box with the newer processors and stuff?
Not
If-
yet, no.
if I'm at the house or at the office or whatever, and I want to transfer a file from my phone to my computer, I can, email it to myself,
No.
or I could plug it into the computer and directly access it. And
Correct.
and that's how
Or
I view
since you're on an
Wi-Fi
Android,
versus
you could just
Ethernet.
go to your laptop, you could just go to your computer and discover that it automatically synced there while you weren't paying attention.
Craig, why don't you search Safari on your iPhone with the Ethernet cable?
Say again?
Why don't you search Safari on your iPhone 5S Gold Edition with an Ethernet cable?
Yeah, is there an Ethernet
First of
port on
all-
your iPhone 5S?
Did we
First of
mention,
all-
Craig? Could you show us your
First of
golden
all-
phone?
First of all, I don't even use Safari on my Mac workstation here. I use Chrome.
See, you're
Second of all, I don't surf the internet on my iPhone when I have a workstation with multiple monitors and so forth, and I can surf the internet on that. I mean, and now it's asking me if I'm still here.
Okay, guys, let's move on. Let's actually talk about these devices.
Yes,
because
please.
there are some interesting aspects on both of them, some ups, some downs. So basically, the news that started coming out this week is that we started seeing some of the new Chromebooks that people have been hinting at were coming along. So the first two that we saw was the HP Chromebook 11 and the Acer C720. In a lot of ways, they're comparable. In some ways, they're kind of the next step up from previous Chromebooks that we've seen. And in some ways, there's some downsides to all of them. I think and somebody was actually talking about another Chromebook that was announced this evening, and I haven't seen it yet. But I heard some rumors that another one was already announced, and we'll be getting more next week.
How available are these, Alan?
I believe both of them are available immediately from Amazon. Certainly, I know people have been trying them out, or at least trying to order them, but I believe if not...
You can buy them right now on the Play Store.
They're both available on the Play Store.
The HP 11 is available on the Play Store in all the colors, and they're $279. They ship in 1 or 2 business days. They're in stock.
So, I think that the big difference right off the bat on both of them is that although the Acer is using the Haswell processor, so it's an Intel-compatible design, the HP is using an ARM processor, if I read that correctly. Is that your take on it as well, Michael?
Yes.
And I think that's an interesting choice.
Exynos. Yeah, Exynos ARM. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting choice, especially, and this ties in with our previous subject.
Oh, gosh, photos.
Yeah, it ties in with the previous subject because the photos don't work on the ARM processor machines, the photo editor. So I thought that's that's one of the downsides.
Oh my God, I just found exactly what I'm looking for, Alan. I'm looking here at the Acer 7. Let me see. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm looking at the Acer 7 Chromebook.
Right, the Acer 7, which I believe
it has everything I want. It looks
we
like
actually had several comments saying that. So Levy pointed out that the Acer C7 has all of those and a combo headphone.
So you don't
HDMI,
need Alan.
Wi-Fi, Ethernet, 3 USB ports.
Yeah, you don't need Alan. You don't need Alan and Craig to point out that I'm a moron. You can actually just listen to me. $200, Craig.
It's $200.
It's $200, and it's got HDMI out and VGA out and Ethernet.
Is the C7 the one that has the huge hard disk in it?
That's the old one.
Yeah, I think that's the one that has a hard drive in it.
No, this is solid state.
Will it work with the photo editor?
No, is the C7 the solid state one?
C7.
I don't know. How do I tell? I'm looking at the thing. Specs. Okay, I'm looking at the specs.
Okay.
I'm putting the specs up on the screen. But it does
have everything that he said it does, yeah.
But it's got audio input, output, USB ports. So it looks like 2 USB ports, and then the power thing.
Levy said 3.
And then I see Ethernet, I see VGA, I see HDMI, and I see a third USB on the other side. It's got.
Will it work with the photo editor?
No, I don't believe it does. I think it has its own Chrome app photo editor.
Well, then no. That's
how would this compare to my 2-year-old Sony Vaio laptop?
So
it's got an Intel Celeron processor, which obviously is not.
My answer is going to touch on to your issue. My only issue with Chrome, I mean, I've had it for a while. It works great for what it does.
No, Michael, the Acer C7 is the one with the hard drive in it.
Solid state.
No, it's a 300 gig hard drive.
And that's not available on the Play Store yet.
I'm looking at it on the Play Store.
I'm looking at it on the Play Store, and I see a 16 gigabyte solid state drive.
Wow, it has a whopping 4 hours of battery life.
Yeah, the C7 was the... Oh, actually, it says the Acer C7 Chromebook's no longer for sale.
So I'm wasting my time. It says buy now.
That's an obsolete model you're looking at, Dan. You got to look at the newer ones. So what they're saying is the newer ones, they probably did away with the Cat5 cable.
Levy says
I'm on
that,
Google Play. It says add to cart, $1.99, ships in stock 1 to 2 business days.
Yes, that's the one I'm looking at. This is the old one.
But it's an obsolete unit, Dan.
Is it?
It's been
No,
out.
I found the one that he's talking about. Hang on. Levy says, by the way, that he bought a few. Photo edit works good now after the update.
Yep, that's good.
So
Yeah, this is a different one than...
if you go to
The C7
devices, it
original
shows
C7.
Acer C7 Chromebook.
That one has been out,
Yeah.
and
It's
it
the
has all the
first one
things-
listed on the left, and then it's
But how long has it been out? Is he buying an obsolete
At least
unit?
a year, I believe. At least a year.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, Dan.
The new one that came out, I think, today, was the HP one. I have not heard any more since the HP one.
I'm looking at that
There-
one now. I see the HP Chromebook 11,
That's
white
the one
or
came out
blue
today.
with Wi-Fi.
Right. That was the one that was released on Wednesday.
Yeah, so if it doesn't have Ethernet or HDMI, then it's going right in the shitter.
It does have I believe it has HDMI through a converter port
Oh God!
that comes with it. I'm not sure if I was told that
Why don't
it
they just put an
has
HDMI thing on there? It's $80 more than the ghetto one you said.
Well, but part of the reason why they don't is they're cutting weight and they're cutting ounces at this point.
One thing that was brought up about this one was that it uses the micro.
This is actually the neatest feature
Yes.
about it.
Yes,
Micro USB to charge it. I hate micro USB.
but it's becoming a standard across the board. So I mean, that's multiple. Well, I know you hate it because I mean you don't have any Android products, but I mean for all the Android guys now you don't. I mean now you have chargers all over your house. Now you can plug it up anywhere, and it's becoming a standard.
It's one fewer charger. It means you can carry a battery pack and recharge it off your battery or run it off
Yeah, I
your
wonder
battery.
how long it's going to take to charge off that piddly amount of current you can get out of that.
Let me ask a question because I see is Levy Gonzalez is suggesting this computer for me, and he's saying that for under $250 the Acer C7 has all the ports you want. What do you guys think about? I wouldn't mind having better performance, and I wouldn't mind having a dedicated thing just for these Hangout shows. But it's got a Celeron processor. This one has an i5.
Dan, my
me tell you
Chromebox
why.
has a Celeron processor, and I'm going in high-def video mode with you right now.
Let me tell you why this thing doesn't have HDMI out. I'm gonna bring it full circle back together. What's this product that costs $35 that works with HDMI? You can. Oh my gosh, it's a Chrome. Oh my god, you don't need a freaking HDMI cable no more, right? $35. It's getting to the point. I mean, that's where it's going. That's why they make these changes.
What are you talking about? What's the relevance to anything we're talking about? Comparing the Chromecast.
I don't think he can share his whole screen.
You can. You can. I have done it repeatedly.
Yeah, but
Next.
you're a hacker. You're basically
No, it's available right now.
you're breaking in using
I didn't root my Chromecast yet. Actually,
unapproved NSA hacks.
shockingly, I have not rooted my Chromecast. And you can screen share.
I didn't know you could root a Chromecast.
Dan already has things unstable enough. We don't need him hacking everything so he can get around an HDMI cable, for gosh sakes.
You
He even
can root
has a
Chromecast.
Frederick.com logo that matches his exercise ball.
Am I in HD, by the way? Is my signal in HD?
I don't think so. But
I don't think
the
so.
new.
Next.
I think that's where they're going with the Chromebooks.
I don't see
That's one
HDs
less
in the
thing.
corner of anybody's screen right now. I
That's
used to
one-
see the
I-
HD.
I think not having the HDMI port is one step closer to where it's going. I mean, soon they're going to be taking these things out so freaking much to build it into other places. And that's why I don't think it has HDMI or VGA. VGA is going out the door too.
Well, VGA should have been gone a long time ago.
It should have, but yeah.
Okay, so I don't know where we
It looks
are.
great. I love the way it looks, by the way.
And so there's probably going to be a couple more units announced sometime soon. So, Dan, just sit tight and see what else they come out with in the next week or so. Maybe they'll come out with a unit that has all the ports you want.
There
They
are
might
more
come
units
out-
that are expected the next couple of weeks, yeah.
What?
They might come out with another unit like Alan has. You know, that's more like a Mac.
Chromebox.
Yeah, that's more like a Mac Mini.
Interesting. It's interesting that we're seeing all these manufacturers like Samsung, Acer, HP. I mean, the Chromebook may become the next Android, where there are like so many manufacturers making them to like cut into the PC realm.
Well, it's interesting. I believe HP, as they announced this one, was quoted as saying that they're essentially backing off on making Windows devices.
Yeah.
Because Microsoft, I think the way they put it was Microsoft is no longer a partner; they're a competitor.
And it's the way to cut costs. You don't have to pay for freaking all the licensing crap that you have to do at Microsoft.
Oh my gosh, I would buy a Chrome computer way before I'd buy a Microsoft computer. I mean, it wouldn't even be a contest.
And we know just how much you love Chrome anything.
Oh yeah.
If I want to go low end, I would buy the Chrome unit. I would not buy a Windows 11.
If you want to go low end, you would buy everything.
Think about it. If you buy a cheap Windows laptop, I mean, talk about a piece of junk. I mean, you might as well just cut your throat. I mean,
Craig, you keep saying low end, but I think the important thing though to understand is, again, and I've kind of said this before, the Chromebooks, the Chromebox, the Chrome OS devices are kind of aiming for a 95% audience. They're not trying to hit everyone's needs for everything. But if what you're doing is mostly web surfing, a little bit of word processing, a little bit of simple photo editing,
email, yeah.
But let me clarify something, Alan. What I'm trying to say is, if you want to spend a very limited amount of money, okay, let's say you want to spend $250, $300. If you went out and found a Windows machine that was that cheap, I don't know if you still can, but remember they had those, what did they call those things?
Netbooks.
Netbooks that were junk?
Yeah.
Let's say you go and buy something like that, the cheapest Windows computer you can find that's been on somebody's shelf for 2 years and they've discounted it, right? And you can buy it for like
Target sells those. Yep.
I mean, it is going to be
next to the GPS units.
It's going to be a total bag of hurt. Whereas if you buy the Chromebook, you're going to spend the same amount of money, and yes, it's a low-end purchase by definition. The amount of money you're spending, right, is a low amount of money, but I think you're going to get a much better tool. I think you're going to get something that will actually work. They'll actually do most of the things that you want to do, and not be the bag of hurt that Windows machine's going to be.
And this is why I say Chromebooks can become the next Android, because, I mean, they can make these things so low cost. I mean, they can sell it almost at freaking cost. That they have to like pay to build it. I mean, and the genius is, I mean, you have to have a Google account. Now you get ads. Now they make money off of it.
See, I am really surprised that Google doesn't step up and buy one of these manufacturers. They could have bought Dell, for example. I mean, there's a bunch of these companies that they could step right up and just stone cold buy them, and then just crank these things out, like you say, and sell them for tissue. Sell them for what it costs them to make them, and just blow them out and just sell them to everybody in the world.
Only issue with that is they do that with the Android phones. You heard the Nexus devices?
Yeah, but they're not doing it in any volume, though, Michael. They're not stepping up and really doing it. What
they do it to an extent, but there's a conflict of interest there.
Yeah, well, the heck, they shouldn't care about the conflict. Step on those people. Step on them.
No, Craig. I think Google is actually seriously considering that, and I think they're moving in that direction slowly, though, and I think they're moving slowly for a couple of reasons.
Good reasons.
One is they're kind of getting their feet wet with Motorola and seeing how that worked out. They need to prove to people, hey, yes, we can be a hardware manufacturer, but we're not going to alienate these other hardware manufacturers. We can still play with them, and we can manufacture our own.
I think it's okay if they alienate them. There's no love lost. Samsung is a squirrely company. Just step on them.
Google is do not even remember. They're not Apple.
But see, the difference between Google and Apple would be this. They wouldn't have to make any money on the hardware. Apple lives off the huge margins that they make.
But they don't want to make money off hardware.
But see, the point is, if Google bought somebody like Dell or whatever, some high-volume capable manufacturer, and then just started cranking these things out and selling them for tissue, selling them for exactly what it cost them to make them, Let's say that's 150 bucks, whatever the number is, right? Just blow them out to everybody. Now, everybody has a Chromebook in the freaking world. They're all going to be seeing Google's ads. I mean, what's not to like there? And then if Google runs fiber to every neighborhood and puts up repeaters all around the neighborhoods with Wi-Fi so that everybody can connect to Wi-Fi, now all of a sudden we can all sing Kumbaya. We can get rid of the cable companies, get rid of Verizon, DSL, and all that crap. Throw them all under the bus. It doesn't bother me one bit. Throw them under the bus.
With Android that they don't have to do that. They can get all people all around the world with an Android device.
Yeah, but Samsung is are jerkwads, okay? We don't need
anything about Samsung. Look at all the manufacturers out there.
We don't need them. We don't need HTC. We don't need Samsung. We don't need any of them. Throw them all under the bus.
Craig, what's up with your shirt? It looks like you have a left breast.
Making money off the stuff. Why do we need that?
Craig, what's up with your shirt?
What's wrong with it?
It looks like you have one breast.
There's a pocket here.
There's something in it. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's because of the pocket.
Do you have a growth?
I hope not.
So Chromebook. the only issue I have with Chromebooks,
Wi-Fi's always turned Craig on. So
I love the build. I love everything. The only thing I dislike is the RAM. If it had more RAM, I mean, it would make it so much more pleasurable for me.
Well, wait. What does it not do that you think you need more RAM?
I believe that the Acer has more RAM. The Acer has 4 gig of RAM.
I hope you're not talking about the C7. That's the old one.
No. Hang on.
The C7 is the first one that they highlight on their page.
What is it holding back? What's it holding you back from? I mean, why do you feel like you need more RAM?
RAM is the processing speed, the random access memory. I mean, the RAM.
Yeah, I know what it is, but I mean, what is?
It makes it snappy.
What's the symptom that is telling you that the thing is jamming up, that it needs more RAM?
My photo editor is slow.
When you have like 5 to 10 taps, I mean, it runs slow. It runs so.
That would be unacceptable for me.
The overall computer didn't run fast enough, and RAM is the.
That would be a deal killer for me then.
See, I don't care about. Obviously, don't hold it back. So the RAM is the other.
Michael, the C720 has 4 gig of RAM. The HP11 only has 2 gig.
Now, what about the higher end ones that are like $450? Like I was looking on Amazon the other day. Again, my buddy's thinking about getting one. There were some for like $450. Those higher end ones, do they have more RAM?
Now, I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to, but the reason they would be higher.
One was a 14-inch HP.
The reason it'd be higher just because it has more space, something more on the inside. But I mean, they're usually older models if it's higher in price. There aren't any new ones that are that high in price.
Except for the Pixel.
So now, does the Pixel have more RAM? Does the Pixel have more RAM?
I was not impressed with the specs for the Pixel, but Pixel is a beautiful device.
But it has more RAM than the other ones?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Not much more, but it does.
Yeah, that's funny because RAM's not that expensive. You would think.
And another issue is like you can't replace it. It's like built into the motherboard.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think they would offer an option to buy one with more RAM and pay an extra $50 or something.
I mean, I understand there's a compromise between like getting performance at a certain cost, and I'm totally cool with that. But there are just some basic. I still don't like the fact that most of them don't have an HDMI out, because it's even if it's not the 95% use case scenario, it is the occasional use case scenario for a lot more than the 5% who wouldn't use it all the time. They might be in a situation where they want to highlight a picture or whatever and send it HDMI to a television set, and all of a sudden they discover there's no port. And they might be in a situation where all of a sudden they're visiting a college dorm or they go to college and the Wi-Fi sucks, but there's an Ethernet port and they can't use their Chromebook. For a savings of about $5, and I'm speculating, I have no idea if it's 50 cents or $10, I have no idea, to save on the cost of not putting an HDMI and a Ethernet port on these Chromebooks. I don't think it's worth it. I think they should do it. I mean,
you could say the same thing about more RAM. I think they should sell an upscale model that has these things, and they add $100 to the price. I mean, there are people that would be attracted to a machine like this because of the simplicity of it. And is it true that you can't really get a virus on it, right? I mean, isn't all the software pretty much taken care of by Google? You don't have to worry about viruses. Is that right?
Well, it's multifold is the reason why. I mean, for starters, the biggest issue, the biggest aspect of it is that there isn't much to infect. And what there is to infect, every application that gets loaded is essentially loaded in a sandbox, the same way you load stuff in your Chrome browser in a sandbox. So, yes, I could technically load a virus, but it couldn't infect anything.
So it's a very small risk.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Okay,
neat.
so-
It's the best of both worlds, Craig, because in one sense you get the safety that you would get from, like, say, a fax machine, where you can't get no one can send a virus to your fax machine or your DVD player, but on the other hand, you get almost the same power as a regular laptop, except you can't run regular programs
that's the
on
thing.
it.
If you could get rid of that word "almost," then I think that would be huge for a lot of people. A lot of people that aren't drawn to it because they want to save a lot of money. They're drawn to it because they don't want the aggravation of Windows, or they don't want to spend all the money it takes to buy a Mac or whatever, and they want something that'll just work, that they just open it up, and these things turn on right away, right? Are they instant on?
Yeah, they're pretty fast.
Yeah.
Most
okay,
of them.
I figured
So
everything.
something that just starts right up, and then they can just go to work and do their thing, and it works great, and everything's snappy and nice and fast and all that, and then they're done, and everything's cool. But if they need more RAM and stuff to do that, then they should do it. They should give it to them, for God's sake.
Okay, I figured it out. Okay, Alan, on the Play Store, the C7 is the old model. The
Yes.
HP was released. Now, the only place to buy a C720 is to pre-order it on Amazon. It's not
so it's
available.
not out yet.
Now, Dan, the one you want is the C720. It has more RAM than all the others. It has Bluetooth 4.0. It has an HD webcam, which is a lot don't. It has 3.0 USB.
How do
Now,
I find that?
as long as, I'll put a link in chat, but as long as Ethernet is not a deal breaker, this is the one you want.
Tell me how to show it, because I'm going to share my screen here. If I go to devices,
Go to
and then,
Amazon and then search for C720, Acer C720, and you'll find it.
oh, it's
And
not on
it'll
Google
say-
Play.
No, it's not available yet in Google Play.
That's because they're not. Google Play doesn't do pre-orders.
Yeah.
Now,
the,
would this have
it's
enough
the
RAM,
Acer-
Michael? Would this have enough RAM to make you happy?
Yes. Well, not me personally. No.
The C720 has 4 gig, which is what my Pixel has, for example.
This is a
It's got a-
$250 Chromebook, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, 40 gigs is good for the general user. Yes.
Yeah, for what I'm doing. I mean, okay, so it's
As long as you don't need Ethernet, this is the one to get.
And the Celeron is an okay processor?
oh yeah, that's a deal killer. I mean, it's useless to me if it doesn't have Ethernet.
Then you're not gonna get a Chromebook. I'm sorry.
I can get the
Well, here-
original C7. I don't care
Here's
about
the
the
thing.
boot speed.
Here's the thing. No, hang on a second. Here's the thing. Would Ethernet through the USB port be acceptable? Because there are lots of Ethernet USB adapters at this point.
Now that one may take a hit on speed.
Is this USB 3? It's got a USB
It
3
has,
port.
it has a USB 3 and it has a Bluetooth 4. It was shocked me.
I can't
Actually,
believe they don't spend 50 cents to $1 to put a damn Ethernet port on these things. This is ridiculous.
Ethernet is going out the freaking window.
Bullshit. You are wrong. You are wrong.
Dan, look at how thin this thing is.
Maybe a higher line one will come out that's going to be like $300, Dan, and it'll have everything. Give
How many
it a week
years?
or two.
How many years? You and Craig, how many years will it take for Ethernet to go out the window? Don't say never. Don't say never.
No, we have a topic on this later in the show if we get to them. I mean, the rate we're going, we're not going to get to it. But
And the Chromebook, you should not even be looking at a Chromebook at all.
no, I was looking for. I've got
Don't
this.
look at a Chromebook.
I've
No
got
Chromebook.
this
You don't need
absolutely awful Sony Vaio I spent $1,000 on at Costco, and it's absolute garbage. I've
2
had
years
so
ago,
many
when
problems. It
did you
just
buy it?
randomly crashes. The I forget what you call it. The slide-in thing doesn't work.
You know what you need to do?
It
You need to load
sucks.
Chrome
It
OS on
sucks. I will
Just
never
load-
buy another
just load-
Sony Vaio ever, and I
just load the
recommend everyone else
software.
not buy it. It's
Just
in
load
my
the Chrome
opinion, it
OS
sucks.
software onto it.
Huh?
Just load the Chrome OS software onto it, and you should be happy.
No, I mean you can't physically plug in the damn card. I've got a card, and
You don't even look at a Chromebook. That's case closed.
no,
No Chromebook for Dan.
but they made one. I mean, I can't
That's
believe
old.
you're arguing that a multi-user free-for-all, Wi-Fi space is superior to a dedicated copper
See, there you
wire.
go. There you go again. I never said superior.
Why don't they come out with one with 8 gigs of RAM, with the HDMI, with the Ethernet port, and all the things that we want?
What are the
Make it a little
specs on the
bit
Chrome?
thicker.
Why didn't the Chromebook Pixel have Ethernet and
I keep telling you, Chromebooks go forward.
Why doesn't the MacBook Air have an Ethernet port? Craig?
You have to buy an adapter. You have to hook up an adapter to do it.
why do you think
Now,
that?
I'm not saying that people aren't getting rid of them. I mean, they are absolutely getting rid of them. But a lot of people don't do Hangouts either, and don't use this platform to create shows.
You're not trolling me.
Michael, how explain to me how switching from stable, proven, high quality Ethernet to unstable,
Oh my God.
spotty quality
Oh my God.
Wi-Fi is moving forward. Can you explain that to me?
It's not that spotty and unstable as you think it is.
I see people joining me via
That
Ethernet
don't-
and via Wi-Fi, and
I see people.
typically the Ethernet people look better, and the Wi-Fi people look like crap.
I
Do I
see
need to go
people-
get my Pixel and join
But
from my
it's so
Pixel?
convenient.
I see people.
I'm serious. This is a
to
serious
Wi-Fi
observation. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm serious.
I see people
Wi-Fi
coming
sucks
out.
and Ethernet doesn't suck. So why is it moving forward to go with, walking instead of driving?
Will it satisfy you to have a Google Fiber person come in here with a $5 webcam that looks shitty and be on Ethernet?
Dan, let me answer your
I mean,
question.
you can find the edge cases, but in general, I mean,
Dan, I can answer your question easily. Why do people go to all these events and pull out their cell phone and take lousy pictures of their kids' recital or whatever, instead of pulling out a decent camera and taking a decent, serviceable photo? Because it's convenient.
Laziness, yes.
It's cheap.
there's no doubt that it's more convenient to have Wi-Fi
Yeah,
or 4G,
that's the only reason. It
LTE.
isn't because of quality.
Yeah,
because
it's absolutely more convenient to have Wi-Fi than Ethernet. Absolutely. But if you have if you have a desire to have a Chromebook or laptop of any kind, MacBook, whatever, in a stationary location, or if you sometimes are mobile and sometimes want to have it in a spot where you have an Ethernet ability to connect to it, then why remove that possibility? That's crazy. I mean, that's that's insane. I mean, why would
As
you?
soon as I take my laptop into my workstation in there and set up my laptop, as soon as it hits the desk, it gets plugged into AC power, and it gets plugged into an Ethernet cable.
I think it's like
The moment
saying,
it hits the desk.
I'm not going to use this fire hose. I'm gonna turn the sprinkler on in the lawn and use my little cup, my Dixie cup, and I'm gonna try to capture the. I mean, it's like it's
People-
night and day difference in quality, Michael. I swear to God.
People make products for the 99%. 99% of people do not plug in freaking Cat 5 cable. Craig knows it. I know it. You can go to my freaking school. There is hardly any freaking place on the whole campus to plug in a Cat 5 thing to my laptop.
I don't deny that it's less popular. I don't deny that. I agree with you that most people do that. But it's like
That's why Chromebook is not for you.
I'm just saying that I'm trying to do a video show, and
No one does video shows that need a Cat 5 cable that want.
And that's an edge case because most people don't do video shows. But it is in any situation where I have an option of Ethernet versus Wi-Fi, I will choose
Me and
Ethernet
you will.
because it's better. And
Me
if
and you will, but any other
Hey,
family members won't.
Michael, when I'm uploading photos and videos and stuff to YouTube and gigs of
I bet it's
stuff,
3 times the performance, Craig.
oh my gosh,
Minimum.
It's night and freaking day.
Wi-Fi
Night and
sucks,
day.
but people are not aware of that. And so because
do
of
the
their
same.
ignorance and because of the
Guess what?
portability and the convenience, which I grant that definitely that's accurate, but to argue that one's better is wrong because Ethernet.
I just wonder if there's any solution down the road. I wonder if it's ever going to get good enough, like Michael said, where
It's
we
already
wouldn't even think about using a cable anymore. I mean, if it'll ever get to that point in my lifetime, I don't know. It'd be great.
You all are missing the mark. All the rest of your family members will never freaking sit and plug in a Cat5 cable. It has gotten to that point where it is not that huge of a difference. I never said superior. Never said superior.
Well, it's because 99% of the people obviously then don't care about quality, right? That's why they're pulling out the cell phone and
But
taking the
you
picture of
only
their
need
kid,
quality.
and they're getting home and they're downloading the photo, and the photo is freaking terrible.
Look,
You know, they
this
don't
this
care
isn't
about
new
quality.
though. I mean, VHS beat out Betamax, even though Betamax offered far superior quality.
Absolutely,
But a
'cause
VHS
people don't
tape,
care.
VHS tape was smaller and
Offered
had
longer recording time.
longer recording time, and so VHS won out. But Beta is actually was used for decades in television news cameras because it was far superior quality compared to VHS. So there's no denying that convenience and portability matter, and I would absolutely, as hard as I am being on the no Ethernet Chromebooks and laptops out there, I would be even worse if they didn't have a Wi-Fi option where I had to be locked into Ethernet. So I'm
Okay.
an equal opportunity critic here. But
I'm ready to freaking squash this with the freaking paperclip. Now,
you freaking do it. Freaking
now,
A.
I'm on this computer right now that I'm hanging out on with Cat5 plugged in and a Hangout. I just did a freaking speed test, and I'm going to show it to you to prove it to you. I got 57 megs down. Now, I'm about to hold my Chromebook up to the Hangout webcam, and
Okay, so we're going to do a national poll based on a sample of 1. Go ahead.
and I got 31 megabytes,
What was your upload?
10 megabytes, and the desktop upload was 11. Now, any person doing anything remotely, even video broadcasting, can do it over Wi-Fi.
Now you're okay.
Yes, hold on, let me finish.
Not everybody.
Yes,
No,
Hey, hold up. Yes, Cat5 is faster. But this Wi-Fi has gotten to a place where
Yeah,
you can-
first of all, Michael, how close is that to your router? Let's start
And
there.
exactly what kind of router is
God.
it? What bandwidth? What
How
spectrum
close
is it
to your router?
operating
How
on?
far is the router?
You want me to walk to my other side of my house and do the same thing and get the same results?
No,
Guys, can we
answer his
stop beating this
question,
dead
Michael.
horse?
Answer his
Seriously?
question, Michael, and then we got to move because my God, I'm gonna
Do we have any questions? Please,
take
God,
my
I have a
357 and put one bullet in it and end this topic one way or the other. But Michael, what?
You're the
How
one
far is
flogging this dead horse, Dan.
Are there any questions, for God's sakes?
Yeah, what are the comments questions?
how far
Start
is
at
the
the
router
beginning.
from you, and what frequency is it on? And welcome back, Jody from Australia.
It's an arm length away from me, and the desktop is plugged in, and it's on the regular. It's not on the 5 gigahertz spectrum. It's on the regular 2.4. It's not anything special. I have an updated router, an updated modem, and Wi-Fi has gotten to the point where it is.
And you're in the
fast
middle
enough.
of you're in the middle of nowhere, right? Where there's no interference at all, right?
I'm actually in a heavy signaled area.
Okay.
But it's a foot away. So
I can walk
if your
to-
Wi-Fi router is a foot away,
And
God's
Cat5
sakes.
is plugged in.
Please tell me that you've got Jody blue screened, Dan. Oh, you can't blue screen.
By the
it,
way,
right?
Michael,
That's a fail.
if Ethernet sucks so bad and it's
Who
so
said it sucks? Who
if
said it
it's
sucks?
so yesterday and
Who said it
Wi-Fi
sucks?
is the future, why is your desktop plugged into Ethernet?
So, if my desktop was older, which it is, it wouldn't have a Wi-Fi modem built into it. I do
Hypothetically.
have one built into it, but I plug it in because it never moves. My laptop, sitting right here.
But if
has
Wi-Fi is
Cat5.
all
Why
that,
do you
Watch
plug
this.
it in?
Watch this. My laptop over here does have a Cat5 cable and it's not plugged in. It never is plugged
but
in.
if Wi-Fi
Ever.
is basically like cotton candy and Disneyland and apple pie rolled into one,
It is at my house.
why do you plug it into your desktop? Why don't you just use Wi-Fi? Because it's so much better.
Who said? Oh my gosh.
I'm
You
trolling
love-
you now. I'm trolling you now.
Please have Jody chime in on this.
All right, listen, Alan. I have a request because
Next topic. That's the request.
I'm executing my
Don't buy a Chromebook.
I'm seriously considering one of these ghetto Chromebooks. I have a request. I'm making my executive privilege decision and ending this previous topic. And B, can I do
Wait, which previous topic? You mean the one that wasn't on the agenda where we endlessly and pointlessly beat the Wi-Fi horse to death? Or the one where we were actually talking about these devices? Or both?
all the above? I have a request. I am on about 5 hours sleep after putting out a paper. Can I take 3 minutes and do my setup video real quick? Or will that piss everybody off? I have no idea.
Your show.
No, go for it, Dan.
Your show.
Because I want to do it while we're doing it. So I'm gonna. This will be awkward because I'm gonna record it on my phone. My beautiful Note 2, even cracked, is awesome.
What? You're gonna record it on a non-Cat 5 device?
I'm locally recording. I'm not
Go ahead,
transmitting it. No, then I'll use Cat 5 to transmit it to the internet web tubes.
How you gonna get off the phone?
Jody, I'm so sorry.
The
that
internet's
I
a
got
series
you
of
in
tubes.
How you gonna
No,
get
because
the phone?
I've got a lot of questions.
This whole thing.
But
Please accept my sincere apologies.
It's your fault, Shipp.
And please extend them to your friend Andrew, who's had no idea what he was in for.
I have no idea where we are. Does this always happen when you come back in, Jody?
No one knows. No one knows. where we
Okay,
are.
so here's the deal.
We don't know where
I'm
we
gonna
are
do-
either, so don't worry.
The last one of these I did, or one of them got it's like 20,000 views now, and it was about Wirecast. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a quick video explaining my physical and software setup that I use for this show on YouTube Live. And I like to do it while I'm in a show. The first one I did, we had Mike Elgin in. He was really cool. The second one, we had Craig Shipp in. Just kidding. And but one of those has 20,000 views. I think actually the Craig Shipp one has 20,000 views.
That's crazy shit.
So it helps people, and more importantly, it helps me because I don't have to answer the same questions over and over, and I can just show them like, hey, check this video out. So give me like 5 seconds to cut these other lights off.
Ooh, the lights
Now,
are.
while we're waiting, the Hangout 10 show is at 10 o'clock Monday nights, and the Hooping Live show is at 9 o'clock Monday nights. And Jody, don't you have a show?
Yeah, but you know what I really wanted to do? I wanted to tell you about Andrew and his app, which I understand just got approved by the App Store.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we did. We just got approved for Zafo.com app by the App Store yesterday, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
So that's only been, 8 months of my life? 2.5
Can
years.
it already be downloaded as of now?
Not yet, Craig. It's been approved, but we're doing a reapproval at the moment of the latest version, which needs to be approved. So obviously an initial approval, and then a reapproval. A reapproval takes a lot less sort of time,
Wow.
but the good news is the initial one is through. Apple have had a good look through it. They actually had a pretty good look through the platform, which was really nice. And we should be doing some kind of launch thing with in weeks, not months.
Wow. So what is the best case use scenario for that app? What would you recommend somebody use it for when the time comes when they download it?
Okay, basically what Zafo.com is all about is creating 30-second, 60-second, or live video. So you can bring up your telephone and you can click on to create a 30-second, like a broadcast, a mini video. It's widescreen. It's a better definition than some of the other products. So it's not square. You're not looking at sort of creating a funny in 6 seconds. You've got up to a minute. It pumps straight onto the Zaro platform. It goes onto your Facebook, onto your YouTube, onto Twitter, whatever you're using, so that people can have a look at that particular video content. And if you've gone live, so you can actually click a button to go live from your phone, then that will also come up on all of your social networks. So Jody's got that just there. So she's actually on the beta at the moment.
So if you go live, how does that go to YouTube?
It doesn't go live to YouTube, but when it actually finishes, if you click on the record button, then it will send the recorded package to YouTube afterwards.
So
as far as
basically
Facebook and these sorts of things.
So basically, you could go live. It would go to your Twitter and your Facebook that you're live. They'd click on the link. They'd watch the live broadcast on your platform.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that live broadcast terminates, then they'd be able to watch it on my YouTube and wherever I've shared that link.
Correct. You can connect it up to YouTube. You can connect up to your Facebook, wherever, so that you can watch that, as you said, on your YouTube. You can also obviously watch it on your Zaro wall or in your Zaro groups or pages as well. So basically, the whole idea is to try and almost create fish and chips as far as video. Obviously, there's some really good products already available. YouTube is a fantastic platform. Google Plus is a fantastic platform. What we're really looking at doing is, as Jody just showed before, have an app where you can click a button and it goes straight in to be able to create a quick mini broadcast that also works in with GPS location. So it'll grab my current location and it will put that straight onto a map as well, so that when I click on Discover, it'll show me all of the broadcasts in the area where I am right now. So if I'm traveling, if I'm in Hong Kong, I have no idea where I am. I can click on Discover, and it's going to show me that there's a cafe down the street, a little video of it. It's going to show me that there's a market a bit further down the road, and I can have a look at that. So it kind of becomes, an aware product from that perspective. But really, it's all about making.
Do you see this thing being used for citizen reporting? All of a sudden, I can't hear audio.
Yeah, I can't
I've
hear
lost
you.
your audio.
Jody, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Do we see this being used for citizen reporting?
You know what? It would be awesome for citizen reporting because it's live broadcast. It's not just taking video and then broadcasting it later. It's live broadcast. There's also like you can do 30-second broadcast, 60-second broadcast, or up to a half an hour.
So if you go live, you can just hit the button, and you're going to go live for up to a half an hour.
Right.
Right there, live from your iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
And assuming you have a decent LTE connection, right, or decent Wi-Fi connection, which we know doesn't exist, but let's say a decent LTE connection. So you're telling me I could sit there and go live, and is this going to be HD?
Yes.
It will be HD, but that will come down the track, and HD will probably be on a premium sort of account. So we probably don't have, as the startup, the funds to push bandwidth through HD at the moment. But
do you have any idea what the price point would be on that, or is that too soon to say?
It's probably too soon, but it'll be something consumable. So it might be like $10, $20, that sort of thing, per month. Maybe it'll be $99 a year. So it'll be a price that is entry level enough for people to make a quick decision on the spot. But then we might also have things which we're considering, like a weekend pass, which might be $5, so you can take your phone with you and go and record a wedding or an event or a 21st or something like that. And this will work from an iPhone, from an iPad, and we're just working on the Android stuff, finalizing that at the moment. So the whole idea again is to try and make it fish and chips. Try and make it so easy that you load the app, you click a button, and you're out to the world. That goes straight on my Facebook. It says, "Hey, I'm doing a live broadcast. Click this link to watch it," and that will be viewable on any device that you've got in your pocket, whether you're broadcasting from a concert, from a 21st, from a wedding, anything like that.
So now, are you anticipating that down the road there's going to be more competition as far as broadband being available to people, and that more companies are going to give us unlimited LTE, for example, on our phones, because most of them are capped now, and so people are going to run into a lot of issues with those caps. Are you anticipating that down the road those caps won't be a problem?
Yeah, definitely. I think you've almost got to create product before place. I mean, Steve Jobs, probably not the right place to say a Steve Jobs quote, but nonetheless, he said his job was to provide the product before the people knew that they actually wanted it. So we're sort of trying to create something so that, as you said, when LTE becomes even more available, you can do these sorts of things. But there's a number of Wi-Fi hotspots all over the joint. Plus, you go to home, you go to the office, you're connecting to a hotspot. So I think there's enough hotspots in places where it makes it realistic to do this sort of thing, because I mean most of the video that we create now, not talking about you guys are all high tech, you guys are pro users, but looking at things like your average 17-year-old girl on the street, she creates a video when she goes to a concert or goes out to a friend's birthday party, and that video at the moment sits on her phone because she doesn't always know the easiest way to actually get that video to market. She's got to go and create a YouTube account, have X number of subscribers on her YouTube account before she can go live. So what we're trying to do is just create it.
Andrew?
Andrew, are you on via Wi-Fi or Ethernet?
No.
I'm on the Wi-Fi at the moment.
More evidence. More evidence.
And I actually have a pretty good connection here, believe it or not. Although I'm using an old laptop because I didn't expect to be on the show today, so my production value is extremely low.
Somebody asked what the name of the app is.
The name of the app is Zarfo, Zarfo.
Perfect.
So if you actually go to zarfo.com at the moment, you have the ability to register your @ name. So that might be @Michael or @MichaelBanks. So if you were to go to zarfo.com, you may be able to get @Michael right now, secure that with your email address so that when we actually launch the app, we've obviously already got a number of people who are pre-registered. So that when we launch the app, yep, it'll be on iPad. We've got the iPad version working as well at the moment. So you can actually go to zarfo.com and get your @ name.
How long before the Android version is up?
Troll.
The Android version should be up probably about 3 or 4 weeks after we go live with the iPad version. So it'll be before Christmas, but I don't know exactly when before, but it'll probably be about 3 or 4 weeks after. We're happy with where the iPhone version is, iPad version is at the moment, whereas the Android is sort of deep in a development space. But it's a lot quicker and easier to develop on the the Android or the Google Play ecosystem than it is on iTunes. I can definitely say that.
You have to give Andrew credit. He's pushed Apple and what is it? He's pushed Apple products and he's pushed what's the other thing? Oh my God, Facebook, and he survived. I'm very impressed. But we wish you the best. We'll test it. We'll play with it for sure. Because
this is something that you could use. Remember we were talking about covering parades and things like that?
Yeah.
And you could use a tool like this. Now, is there any thoughts down the road of doing a multi-camera capability thing? There was an app out there that I don't know if it's still around, where multiple people could be shooting a scene, and it would create a multi-camera shoot out of that. If they were within the same Wi-Fi area.
It's probably not a bad idea. I don't think we're going to go there in the very, very near future. I mean, we might, but it's probably not quite where we want to go. We're more around sort of trying to work in with location-based sort of things. So as you just said, if people are in the same location.
This was location-based. That's what this was. And if you were close enough, then the system automatically knew that you were in the same, basically shooting the same scene.
And I must say,
and it would create a multi-camera shoot out of it. It was pretty cool.
And I must say, it's, I did get @Michael, but it's winning because it got Google Plus option right here on the website. So I mean, it's winning in my book.
it
You
is
got
last on the
that,
list, but
Michael?
it's there. It's on the list.
Michael, you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, I got Michael.
Yeah, you're rocking.
Nice. There you go.
And-
And as I was
and-
just saying, Craig, with the map stuff, so if you type in anywhere in the world, it'll show you all of the videos that are created around the exact location that you're in right now.
Can you then, could you then create basically a multi-camera shoot out of that?
Technically,
Not yet, but long term, I think definitely, as long as we can get the right funding and we get the right customer adoption, anything is possible.
Because see, that would really be a killer thing. Like for example, if Dan has a big parade or some event there that he wants to cover for his newspaper, and he can dispatch 5 people with iPhones, all connected to a Wi-Fi network, a nice fast Wi-Fi connection, which we know doesn't exist, but let's say they could, hypothetically. And then Dan could be back at the control center and be logged into the account and see all those feeds, both audio and video feeds, and have some kind of a web-based switcher where he could be doing basically a multi-camera show and controlling it. I mean, that would be killer.
It'd be cool, but the only thing that I'd have against that is there's a whole lot of work that would go into creating that particular architecture, and it may only suit 2, 3, 4% of our actual user base. I mean, we want to try and be simple and easy for the common person. When my guys, I've got a number of guys in tech and design, it always needs to be at the moment around, how would someone who's never used a video app, who hasn't used, Google Plus, who hasn't used Hangouts, who doesn't necessarily upload all the time to YouTube or go live on YouTube, how would they take this app, click a button, and start using it and have that share out
and
through to their social? So
I hear you and I understand, and that's great, but a lot of companies have like a marquee product that only a few people buy. That's like a 1% item, like a Chevrolet Corvette or whatever, right? And that just sucks people into the showroom, right? And then they sell everybody the cheaper car,
Volkswagen,
right? Whatever. I mean, but they have this marquee product that is so cool and has a cool factor and all that. And so if you had something like that, was a pro product that we paid like $50 a month to use or something or whatever, and people like CNN used it, or different organizations started using it and all, because it's a cool way to report on a news event that's happening, right, or whatever, then I think that would create some buzz, and it would be something that would suck more people in that would all, like you say, use your basic product. It's
a good point, because as you said, I mean, if that's what gets the write-up, that gets people to go and download and have a look at your app, then that's what you need. You need something, you need the buzz. I mean, one of the things that, and I haven't mentioned this before, so this will be mentioned first on Google Plus Week. One of the things that we're really looking at is having Zafo.tv be a place where you can go through and actually grab video content. So say there's something happens, a world event or something, an earthquake, we want to have people in that area creating content that real.
Did we lose his audio?
Just temporarily, hopefully. Hopefully he'll be back.
Yeah.
You got me again?
Yeah,
There
we
you
got you now. Go ahead.
Andrew? Wow.
And we were just getting a scoop.
So people can go to Zafo.tv and actually pick up real-time video content that's being created in any geo area in the world at the moment.
And so if people were putting their content up public, if you will, and so basically thereby through the terms of service, they're releasing their copyright on that material.
We have the option to make it public, private, or to share it to your network. So you've got the ability to actually make it private where it doesn't release, or if you do make it public, it's under Creative Commons.
Yeah, and so that'd be good. And like I say, if Dan could have an option where, let's say, he had 4 or 5 reporters out there covering this event, and they were all kind of in his network or whatever, and then all those feeds were coming to him for him to manage, then that would be something very powerful for him, for the future of news. Because the future of news isn't the way we see it now.
No, it's already
not gonna hold up.
changing.
That model is not going to hold up. It's going to be crowdsourced news. It's going to be, everybody in the street pulling out their phone and who gets the video first and who organizes it the best.
Yeah,
who
we
has
disagree
the
on this
commentary.
because we disagree on this because if you just do crowdsourced news, there's no room for manipulation of news. I mean, people want to hear what George Will's take or Bob Woodward's take is on something.
Yeah, there'll
And-
be somebody like that sitting at going through the
And they'll do it
feed.
for free so that you can keep your model up. I mean, that's bullshit.
There's a lot of people that will do it for free, and there's some people that might be able to make some money on it. It's here comes everybody, right? It's going to cut up the pie so many times, but it's going to be hard. Not very many people are going to be able to monetize it, and the big cats like the Fox Newses and all them, they're all going to collapse. They can't survive under that kind of competition for eyeballs.
They're
I think
making
it'll be a bit of both.
$1 billion profit a year, so obviously they're on death's door.
Yeah, they'll go down the tubes. They're gone.
Yeah, they're
I think the
gone. I mean, they're
crowdsource-
yesterday's
the
news.
crowdsource-
They're
They're
like
dead. They don't know it yet.
they're the Ethernet of 2013.
The crowd's also where it happens first. So if there's an earthquake, if there's, at Indianapolis, there's a big crash or something, people will go to crowdsource as soon as it happens, perhaps as soon as they hear about it. But when they actually want to consume the facts, as you said, Dan, or have that comfortable face that they know of on the news, that's when they'll turn to the news afterwards.
Yeah, that's where the 60 and 70-year-olds are going for their news, and they'll keep going there as long as they're still alive. And once they're gone,
That's awful. But I think
no, it's a
They're
dead
horrible.
model. It's not going to last.
one of the components I think of Zarfo that makes it a little bit different is it's also a social app. So yeah, it's got that live broadcast component, but you have groups of friends that you connect with, the friends that does it integrate with Facebook, Andrew?
Yeah, it integrates with Facebook, with Twitter, so you can, as soon as you sign up, it'll, pull all of your Facebook friends who are on Zarfo, and you can friend them or follow them if they've already got an account and so forth. So,
Jody, is that a shared endorsement?
No, I
Touche.
Yeah, right? I hope Google Plus isn't. Wait, this is Google Plus.
We're all fanboys here, fanboys and girls.
look, in the final build, and this is one of the reasons why we haven't yet released our current build, in the final build, we want to make sure it's got absolute compatibility with Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. LinkedIn may come down the track. We don't think that's the initial market, but I think having those three networks is crucially
Is there any
important.
truth to the rumor that Google is in negotiations right now to buy Zarfo?
Yes, it is.
I'll
Craig.
take that
Yes,
silence as a
Yes,
confirmation.
it is.
There's,
Yes, it is.
there's
Yes,
no
it is.
truth to that rumor.
I'll take
look,
that silence as a confirmation.
Just to change topic, we have a button on here to
He did dodge,
your own
didn't he?
selfie.
He dodged.
So you could click on the selfie button on here, and we also have a staged photo button. So you click on the staged photo button, and it takes 5 seconds of delay, and then Snap takes the photo. So that's a lot of fun when people are out for dinner and you put it up against
Hey,
the glass.
Andrew,
or
Craig didn't want to hear that. Craig wants a Hangout 10 button. That's what he wants.
Hey, Andrew,
We're in negotiations right now with Hangout
How are
10.
you, Brad?
Definitely in negotiations.
How you doing, Brad? Brad's from Melbourne, just around the corner of me.
yeah, they know that.
I was talking
I-
to the viewers, Brad. They know it.
What are you chortling about, Brad?
I can bring up the app for you for them to see the app on my phone.
If you like, I mean, if they've got the time to have a quick look.
Do you want me to? Can I do that, Dan, or not?
Go ahead, but we got to be fast because we're like halfway done and we're way
We
over.
have to be fast. We have
Yeah,
to be
just-
fast.
Well, wait a minute.
Just shove a
Wasn't,
couple of
freaking
quick
kidding
screens.
me, Dad?
wasn't Dan going to do the walkabout?
Yeah,
we have
whatever
to do it
happened
at
to the
Ethernet
walkaround?
speeds.
Dan,
Whatever happened to the walk around?
We got sidetracked 21 minutes
No,
ago.
they're in
Seems like we always
Australia,
get
Craig.
sidetracked.
It's a walkabout. It's not a walk around.
That's funny. Okay, here we go. Hang on.
Okay, just go through a few quick news feed, maybe Discover, and
Did you see it now,
But-
Andrew?
yep, we can see it now. So this is the main menu
Well, the
screen.
problem is it's not on the screen when you're talking. It's only on the screen. It would only be on the screen if Brad talked. Because
Craig
Dan
has-
can't blue screen.
Oh, why not?
Well, that means Brad's going to have to talk through it.
That's right.
That's
You've got the
scary.
screen, Brad.
Well, you
It's all
tell
yours.
him. You tell him.
They won't see it
Why not?
because Dan can't blue screen in this Hangout.
Oh. Okay. Well then.
Because of the way he's doing the show, it's whoever's talking is on the screen.
I can do it. I can click them on here.
I thought you couldn't.
Is that Brad? I mean, I can if I do it, but it's obvious to everyone I'm doing that because I show the whole laptop. Okay, so
okay.
go ahead, Brad. Do your thing.
Okay, so here's the news feed here with all the videos and stuff. Like
Most recent ones that have been uploaded.
Yep.
And there's also a dislike button. You'll notice there's a thumbs up and a thumbs down on there.
Yep. There is.
And if you
And
click on
discover. And there is a video from Jody Raines.
Oh, play that one. I want to see that one.
Good.
It's all about ratings, Jody. I mean, it's nothing personal. It's just money.
Go ahead, do it. You'll be surprised.
You're
We'll do
the
anything. We'll do anything to get hit.
yeah. You're the Wi-Fi of our panel, Jody. Just so you know.
Oh, great. That's non-existent, right?
It's very
For some
popular
reason,
and people pay for it. So
it's not playing for some reason.
this is a great demo, Brad.
Weird.
a
Did you all
live one,
rehearse
Jody?
this?
Yeah, we've been on this all day.
Andrew, why isn't the video playing, mate? Is it broken or?
No, I stopped broadcasting.
I think you may be holding it wrong.
No, it's fine.
That was what Steve Jobs said.
Click on the go live button, Brad. Click on go live button.
Something's
one of the
playing
videos.
now.
Yeah, there's one of the videos someone made somewhere on the up there, the races, horse races there. So there's
Up in Queensland, no doubt.
yeah, and hopefully let's try one from Brian.
Please, no. We were trying to get hits.
Now, I have a Craig Shipp question. How many of these videos are from Ethernet?
That's what I was asking him earlier, was about those issues, and they've got some secret sauce that they've been able to work this out. I'd buy stock if I were you right now.
I'm broke.
They've figured this thing out.
I got tuition.
Andrew@zarfo.com.
Are you being paid
and
right
click
now,
on the go
Michael?
live
Because I know you're a U.S. soldier. Are you being paid during the government shutdown?
I don't wish to comment on that.
That's
He's
reassuring.
essential. I mean, he can't be more essential than Michael.
I know he carries a
And
gun.
there's Robert Scoble that he actually loves that app as well. So yeah, should download it soon.
Any of my staff that's armed, I consider essential.
He hasn't said he loves the app, so that's not something. Brad, do you want to just click on the go live button for a sec, just so we can show him that screen just quickly before we jump out of this, because I know Dan wants to move on.
Oh, I just closed
That's
it.
okay.
Why would we want to move on? We're
He's
only
obviously
2
not
hours and
familiar
52
with
minutes
Google Plus
into the
Week.
show. We've got another hour at least.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's basically the go live button, the go live screen. So you've got the three options, as I was saying before. You use your big thumb, 30, 60 seconds, or go live, and away you go. So that is basically zarfo.com. Jump on there and secure your app name, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
And Andrew, how much will the HD be for people to buy? When it,
We don't really know yet. We want to make it something really simple, so it'll sort of be that $10, $20, maybe a month, maybe $99 a year, something like that. As Dan said earlier today, that SoundCloud went for him for $99 a year, which made it an easy no-brainer decision.
Oh, it was
So-
1/10 the cost. I mean,
Yeah,
my God,
there
and
you
it's
go.
unlimited. Libsyn unlimited. I still have to like phase my uploads. For like, I was paying them $1,000 a year to host the audio version of this show and the Android show combined, like $90 or $75 for one, and $20 for the other, whatever it was, about $100 a month. and SoundCloud bent over backwards. They I filled out the thing, and I told them about the show and showed them samples, and they were like bending over backwards, like, this is great. And yeah, it was awesome. So,
hey,
1/10
hey,
the
Dan,
cost.
Can I ask you a question, Dan?
Yeah, yeah.
How much would you pay for the HD part of Zafo? What's the minimum you'll...
Well, right now I pay $0 for YouTube Live, and
Okay.
it's viewable on mobile devices, and that's their competition because now, what's the limit? 100 subscribers or something? What is it now?
Yeah, 100. 100 is the limit.
Yeah, so
100, yeah.
That's pretty attainable for someone who's aggressive and asks their friends and Facebook friends and to subscribe to get approved. So the problem that Zarfo and Andrew have compared to Google is that just like Facebook, they're one-trick ponies with this one startup, whereas Google can afford to lose money initially and then make it up long term because it's part of a larger strategy. So I'm not sure how to circumvent that, but for me, you can't beat. I mean, I'm just speaking honestly here. You can't beat the footprint that YouTube has, and if you're on YouTube, I mean that's where the White House is. That's where every world leader is. That's where every celebrity is. That's where the kids are who watch videos. So for me, now that I have YouTube Live, which is how people are watching the show, and then it archives automatically and it's free, and then I can monetize it if I chose to, but I don't.
This thing's going to go to YouTube, though, Dan. It's going to go to YouTube.
Not necessarily. I agree 100%.
And Twitter and
saying
Facebook.
that.
It's going to go everywhere.
If you
Dan's 100% right. Bandwidth is expensive, and YouTube, Google have the ability to offset that cost by making money on all these other services. So Google Plus can run, and they can hand out bandwidth because they're making money around other parts, parts of the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
Ads.
Yeah, definitely.
Ads with, I was saying ads with your face in it.
yeah, but the thing about it is, if he executes and he comes out with something that is really simple to use and works, those are the two big ifs. If it's simple to use and it works, it's effective, then people probably will embrace it, because one thing about Google's products, most of them, is they don't work very well. They're kludgy, they're hard to use. People try to come over here to Google Plus and they leave because it's a train wreck.
Yeah, because it's so difficult for me when I was looking for the new Eminem video, and I typed in Google, or in fact, I just typed in Chrome in the URL bar, I typed new Eminem video, and it pulled it up, and I could make with a single click play it on YouTube. That is so kludgy and so complicated. I mean,
yeah, but that's consuming it. That's not creating it. We're talking about creating content.
I mean, they have. Listen,
for creating content.
They have.
Craig's not gonna troll me.
They
Craig's not
have.
gonna troll me.
They have two approaches. They have the Hangout on Air, which, in its current incarnation, offers a lower resolution than YouTube Live, but it's got a full feature set of really cool things. But the compromise is the quality is not there. They also have YouTube Live, which requires a third-party application to create a streaming product.
And everybody can't use it. Everybody's not eligible.
I mean, it's 100. If you can't get 100 subscribers, then that's your fault.
It's not that easy to get 100 subscribers, Dan, for most people.
I mean,
the average person is not going to be able to go out and just get 100 subscribers.
Go incognito and make up 100 accounts. I mean, do what you got to do.
They're not going to be able to do it.
Well, I mean, take your shirt off and go on the 66 and put up a sign. I mean, do what you got to do. But 100 is not insurmountable. It used to be like invite only, and then it was 1,000, and I was spamming all my posts with the please subscribe so I can get it, and then right before I got it to that level, they made it 100, and then I was eligible. So I was like, oh man, I
Well,
wasted all this
even
time.
if they
I spent on
make
my
it
posts.
0, even if they make it just 1 subscriber, it's still kludgy and very difficult to do. Now, if they make it easy to do,
I completely disagree.
it's
I do it.
difficult to do, Dan.
I do it twice a week. I mean, if you're a moron, yeah, it's difficult. But if
Most
you're,
people are morons. Let's face it.
well,
Come on.
most people are not going to be able to create any kind of streaming television show. I mean, you have to have a
The
certain.
way Zaro, the way he just demonstrated, you just push the button and you just do
Oh no,
it.
that's
It's automatically
fantastic.
going to go
That's
to all
fantastic.
your platforms.
No,
It's easy.
I wish him all the best. I can't wait to demo the app, and you know, we can review it. We can talk about it again after we've all played with it, and I'm excited about it, and I welcome that. But to say that that Google the YouTube live streaming sucks because it's
I
so
didn't say it
difficult
sucks.
to
I said
use.
it's very difficult to use for most people.
Well, I mean, but most people don't try to stream television programs.
But Ethernet isn't.
Ethernet, you plug it in and it
I want
works.
to see the walk around.
Oh my God, we've gone full circle.
Did you do the walk
I have
around
completely lost control of my program.
No, we haven't gone full
Oh,
circle.
there was
There's
never
a
a
control of this program.
No, we're going full circle to talk about photos. Now we've gone full circle.
This,
All right.
this program was a train wreck as soon as you unblue screened Jody.
No, soon as you press the start hangout button.
So Craig, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
How much would you pay for the HD part of Zafo?
Oh.
$100 a month if it worked really good.
Okay, what about you, Alan? How much would you pay?
I personally don't think I've got much use for the app, so I probably wouldn't pay anything.
Yeah, it's the wrong market in this room, as Craig was sort of touching on before.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
already
not
have
really.
YouTube Live and
Well,
you can go
actually,
1080p,
hang on. I need to step back one and explain why it's not something I would use, because you don't have a glass app for it yet.
There it is. There it is.
You know,
We're trying to get mirror access at
If
the
I
moment.
was at an event and I'm frequently
be
at an
cool.
event, and I had something that I wanted to shoot and throw up to all my social sites right away, immediately, a quick little interview or whatever, and it was HD and the quality was really good and it was very simple and easy to do, I would probably use that a lot. And I'd generate a lot of content with it. And I think there's a lot of people that could do that and would do that if it was very simple and it worked good and the quality was great.
To
Those
get
are
a
a
lot
bunch
of,
of ifs now.
to get a lot of users would be to jump on these markets that are just emerging, like Chromecast, jumping on that one. When you do the Android app, another one like, Alan said, Mirror. I mean, if you get the Mirror API, I mean.
Yeah, we're trying to get access, but we're in Australia and you can't do anything from over here.
I bet.
And even if you did have access to Mirror, it wouldn't help because you're trying to do essentially streaming, and there's only one platform it currently supports for streaming, and that's Hangout.
Yeah. Coming soon.
Going soon.
okay. So we're all going to check out
Zarfo.
Zarfo, Zarfo,
Zafo.com.
Zarfo.com, and make epic HD videos.
What username do you have, Dan? On there? You've got a username already.
I don't
right?
remember. I think I applied, but haven't been accepted yet.
I think. Yeah. Well, you registered it though. You reserved your name. I think you got Dan McDermott, right?
I'm trying to remember because there's that and there's a Themer app. I applied for several things. I can't
got
remember.
Craig.
Are you applying for Themer?
Yeah, Dan was taken.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's another Dan in the world, which is completely
Brad and Jacob did it just for kicks. They took
So
your
we gotta find
beyond outrageous.
that other
That's-
Dan and kill him so that we can get that name back.
I can't believe that Andrew, who's a guest on my own show, would give someone else the Dan username. I'm so upset.
You're going to try that on for size, Dan.
Okay, so
Andrew-
are we good on this, Mr.
So Andrew, can we
Firstenberg?
get Dan name and kill him, or change his name?
We can do anything. I'll speak to Dan. We can do anything. But thank you for having me on the show, Dan, and running through the Zafo. And we'll certainly let you and everyone else know when the apps are available on iTunes and also on, obviously, the Google Play Store.
Awesome.
And Android.
And Android.
Yeah, Google Play Store.
Oh, yeah, Google Play Store. Okay. All right. So all right.
Next topic.
Next topic
Alan.
is my quick video. I'm gonna do.
You said quick?
I do these quick because people who are interested in how to do this kind of have some knowledge, so I don't have to like go into great detail. So this will be kind of awkward for the folks watching, but
Wasn't this the same person just said people are stupid?
what?
Wasn't this the same person like 2 minutes ago said people are like stupid?
I was the one that said people are stupid.
You
Yeah.
said it too.
Dan said it also?
You know what's so funny? As Dan's getting up, I'm expecting him to be tripping over Michael and stepping around Alan.
They will emerge unscathed because I'm little and they're like 7 feet tall. Okay, so here, let me do my thing. This will be weird because I'm using my beautiful white Note 2, right? My gorgeous phone with the scratched plastic surface and the crashed front. But it does okay. So I'm gonna post this, and I'll post a link like in a day or tomorrow when I post it online. But I'm gonna try to do a quick video, if this works, of my setup because I'm getting questions about how we do the show we do, and so I want to do it while it's live so I can show them like people in the in the Google the call and all that stuff. So it works better. So this will be brief. And if while I'm doing this, if you have any questions about it, ask them and I'll answer them. And then we'll move on to our next topic. So first up, let me start this here.
Which is longer, the
Okay, so this
explanation
is-
or the video?
All right, this is Dan McDermott. Let me start over again. All right, don't say anything, Craig. Okay, so I'm Dan McDermott. I'm host of Google Plus Week and Our Android Week, 2 tech shows on Google Plus. I'm kind of like a host more than a tech geek because the guys I have on my show know a lot more than I do, but I know just enough to be dangerous, so I can kind of manage things to some degree. So anyway, I've gotten some questions about how we do the show, so I'm going to very quickly. I'm still running the show live right now. So the first thing is there are 2 things. This is what you see here, where I have someone in the show. So there are 2 computers involved. There's the show hosting a YouTube or I'm sorry, a Google a video call, formerly known as a Hangout, not a Hangout on Air, and that is happening on this laptop here. This is a 2-screen setup, and this is complicated, but if you're a potential broadcaster, you'll understand what I'm saying. So I have a laptop here, and this is Google, and then on the second screen, my extended desktop, I've got a video call, but actually the video call, my second screen is this HDMI cable going into the back of my desktop. So I don't actually see it unless I press, oh God, 6, 8, here we go. This is actually my second screen right here, okay? So the video is coming out HDMI. The audio is coming out USB into one of 2 Focusrite Sapphire USB analog digital converters that work both ways. So this one is the laptop. This is sending my audio to the Hangout, and then in the back is coming out the audio into my mixing board, which is a Mackie 1202 VLZ4. It's the newest model. And the reason you want the 4, not the 3, is that it has these 4 Mackie Onyx preamps, which are fantastic. The Onyx preamps are their flagship preamps, and they've never put them in a VLZ series board before. So it's real small, compact in my case. Okay, so that's how I bring the video in for the callers, and then I use this. This is my mic. It's a Shure KSM32. And then I use this software. It's open broadcasting software. I used to use Wirecast, but Wirecast is pretty bloated in terms of CPU performance. This one is way less. And the shots I have are, I start with 0, and then I go to 1, which is me, and then I go to 7, which is a slide show, or just a slide for the show. And then 4 is video I recorded for the and then I've got me and the caller, whoever's talking in the Hangout, that's on the laptop, and then 3 is just them. Alan, give me a 1-2 count.
It requires me to pay attention here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, so that's streaming live, and then I've also got a shot of me with comments on the show, and this is using the awesome comment tracker, and the way this works is
not to be confused with the non-awesome comment tracker.
Exactly, but so you've got it's superimposed on me, so I would typically step back, right? But what it's doing is on this monitor here, on my streaming computer, it's got I've got the comment tracker running, the standalone comment tracker, which is at allmyplus.com/comment-tracker/app.html, and then you put the links in for whatever Google Plus posts or YouTube videos that you're running, and then if it's a Google Plus post, you can click on it and it'll add shares, and then I'm capturing, I'm separating this screenshot out, and then using chroma key for the shot, and then it superimposes it right on my screen there. So this is kind of I guess a quick shot on my setup, and then we have a doc here that we use to run the show, and then Alan is graciously doing time codes that will let people, when we finally post this on Google Plus, they'll be able to click on those time codes and it'll take them right to the video at the point where we did that. So this is kind of my setup. This is my studio, and if you have any questions, let me know, and I will answer them, I guess. So there you go. That's my Open Broadcaster software set up for Google Plus Week and our Android Week. If you're wondering, Google Plus, I gotta do a plug because these videos can get a lot of views. Google Plus Week is every Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and our Android Week is every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. So we hope you will comment and watch and enjoy this. And if you have any questions on the setup, I'll be more than happy to help you out, because I've been there too, and I was starting out, and it's complicated. And there you go. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful evening or day or morning, whatever. All right, there we have it.
Next time, Dan, less camera movement. Way too much camera movement.
I mean, how do you show
critique.
people different things?
Well, you just do it nice and slow and easy from one thing to the other, and
the last one I did had 20,000 views.
yeah, but too much camera movement.
I disagree. I mean, I think you want to show people. I mean, you're doing a show and tell.
Dan, he's
Yeah,
only
you want
telling
to
you that
show it
'cause
to them, but you
He's
want to do it
trolling me,
smooth.
right?
he's only telling you that because you actually have good lighting.
I mean, you can disregard the constructive criticism, but
No,
you know, I'm
Craig,
right.
understand.
I'm right.
I was making a video on my phone. You were not viewing that video. You were viewing me
I
making
was watching
the video.
the phone. I was watching the phone move all around.
Are you drunk?
Yeah, I was watching the phone moving all over the place. I could see it. And we'll see it in the end result. We'll see it in the video.
I mean, I was saying, like, okay, here's my laptop. Here's this. It's a quick throwaway video just to basically, when people ask me, how do you do this, whatever, I can
The
go
other
into
way
this
you can
video
do
and show
that-
them.
The other way you can do that is you can slightly pause when you're talking and reposition the camera and then shoot the next clip and talk about that area and then just clip that movement out. So that's the other way you could do it. You can either do it that way or just smoothly move it from one thing to the other.
I don't do
Back to you.
posts.
Pan.
I don't like doing posts. As much as
So if you
possible,
don't like
I like
doing
to.
post, if you don't like doing post, then the way to do it is when you're shooting the video, just move very smooth from one thing to the other, from whatever you're framing to the next thing you're framing. Very
I hear what you're
smooth.
saying, but you have to understand this is for general consumer video. I agree with you, but for something that in this case where you have a
It's
niche
down and
tech,
dirty.
you have a niche tech audience, people who create video and want to stream it live and want to know, like,
They get headaches too.
no, I think they want the content as quick as possible, and they want to see what you're doing. And it isn't perfect, but I don't think that it has to be, PBS'd or.
Smoother camera movements, that's all, Dan.
Back to you,
You'll
Alan.
get it. You'll get it.
Also, I was trying to like push it out because like most of our audience doesn't care about that stuff. All right, so we have another topic, right, Alan Firstenberg? You killed
Yeah,
all the
but
topics here.
we actually have some comments on this, so I wanted to introduce some of them. So we have Peter asking, "Oops, is the show over?" Cadeus replies, "No, Dan's hosting a second show called Dan's Life, as he shows them how he runs the live Google Plus show, Showception."
It's like Shownado.
Michael acutely observes that I only need 3 time codes tonight. Peter agrees with
Trademark
Craig.
one.
This might be a record. Craig right twice in one evening. Too much camera movement. Dan should start over again.
Oh gosh, shoot yourself.
Craig has insulted Dan's life, so I guess that show won't be a hit. Oh, the humanity! Dan is offended.
Why, Craig? Why?
And
Dan
finally,
will get over it.
and finally, Cadeus observes, they get headaches too. What I found most amusing is that this is coming from the person who uses iOS 7.
Oh, low blow.
I shut off that jingle stuff.
So, yeah, I think we actually do have another subject.
New Yahoo email looks suspiciously familiar. I'm actually not going to rant on this. I'll just intro it by saying that Yahoo Mail, as like a 10-plus year user,
Let me log into my Yahoo account. Hey,
Yahoo
log in
email
Yahoo.
sucks. But the new Yahoo email looks familiar or suspiciously familiar. Alan, tell us. What do you
Sure, but
think?
Dan, I'll first point out that your video looks little funky.
A little warped.
What are you talking about?
Looks a little werewolfy.
It looks
Look
like
at-
you have leprosy.
He's on Wi-Fi.
Oh no.
Let's revisit the Wi-Fi issue.
Oh, my
are you
God.
Don't tell me you're plugged in. Oh my gosh! Look at
No, let's
plugged in
do-
users.
I think
I'm
you're
on
deteriorating,
Wi-Fi, by
Dan.
the way, Michael. I'm on Wi-Fi.
Now
I know,
let's
Craig.
continue our intricate photo editing tips.
What happened to you?
Me? Or what are you talking about?
You know what's funny? It's only in the Hangout. It's not on the live.
Yeah, so it
Because
doesn't
the live
matter.
is a different. The live's a different thing.
Yeah, it's a different camera completely. Okay,
Yeah, there's
anyway.
6. Our audience on the Hangout is 8 people. Our audience is larger.
16.
Holy
And
crap.
dropping quickly.
Absolutely.
No, we have 16 people watching. That's
So,
good.
so Yahoo, in a desperate attempt to maintain, people who are using it, totally revamped their email system. And although the official release is that it is borrowing concepts from Flickr and borrowing concepts from whoever else they purchased. Who else did they purchase recently?
Gmail?
No, they didn't purchase Gmail, but it has a shocking resemblance to a number of Gmail features. Yeah, so the one I found interesting is, and I haven't seen it because I don't have my Yahoo email anymore. I think it got stolen from me.
I lost mine too.
I still
Is-
got mine.
Is that they say it has a new compose feature with a window that kind of hovers over the inbox, and I'm like, wait, that sounds a lot like the feature that nobody claims to like in Gmail.
I love it.
So I love it too, but a lot of people don't for reasons I don't understand. Anyway, so Michael, have you tried out the new Yahoo Mail?
I just logged into my Yahoo Mail account, and it resembles so many things about Gmail. Unless this is just the way mail works nowadays. Gmail's the standard, and I'm telling you.
Well, Gmail is the standard, so that's no surprise. But so I don't know. Is anyone surprised by this? Anyone have an actual opinion on this?
Well, Marissa, I mean, that's her background, right?
Well, I'll tell you, she screwed up Flickr, so stay the heck away from the stuff, and we'll be okay.
Whoa, hold up. Hold the Flickr.
And we're back to photos.
Oh no, not Craig's Shipp. Craig's Shipp was Mr. Flickr, like freaking
I love
3 weeks
Flickr.
ago.
I love Flickr. I'm a
How'd you
heavy
screw it
Flickr
up?
user. But
How'd you
my
screw it
God,
up?
it's slower than it's ever been. It's just got issues that never were there.
I said this.
Marissa Meyer
Oh,
comes
tell me
in,
though.
and she's like a bull in a china shop, you know? If you're going to do stuff, make sure you know what you're doing. Don't screw it up. I hope she fixes it. I mean, I like the look of it. There's a lot of it I like. A lot of it
You're gonna
they
blame
did
her on
halfway.
You're gonna blame her on Flickr, really?
But
You think it was really her? Come on.
it's
Come on,
the
be honest.
performance
Be honest
of
right
it.
now. Be
Well,
honest.
it's the performance of it. It's gone downhill, I'm telling
But
you.
no, Craig, you think it's directly Marissa Meyer? Come on.
It's happened on her watch. It always performed great before.
I could get Dan.
I'm talking
Really
about the
right now,
speed
right?
of certain things. When when you're in the organized mode and you create a set and you're doing different things, it's just slower than it used to be. It's still okay. It works.
Blame Marissa Meyer.
But it doesn't perform the way it always did.
I know why. Because you're on Wi-Fi trying to use Flickr.
And when you click on the groups, like I manage a bunch of groups, and you click on one of those, and it takes a while to load, and it's just some of the things are just slower behind the scenes than they used to be.
So yeah, I mean, the new Yahoo. I mean, it's just mail. I mean, I see them trying to get that unified experience with the other Yahoo stuff, but I mean, it looks like a purple Google Gmail.
Now they gave away my account, so I won't log in and won't try to use it.
Jody, what do you got for us?
I have Gregory. Well, which one am I showing right now? I closed my eyes for a minute. MediCrit says, yeah, I'll switch from Gmail to Yahoo Mail.
Good luck.
Gregory Lewis says, I'm not trolling, but I saw an Outlook ad on MSNBC today promoting Microsoft's Scroogled campaign.
I don't doubt it.
L.
Q Dan.
I don't doubt it.
Those bastards.
Greg, don't get Dan started on Scroogled. He'll blow a top again.
Oh my God.
And Michael Daniels has 6 Wi-Fi devices connected, and he's watching. So I guess we only really have 10. Good comments. Oh wait, one more.
You can do that on Wi-Fi?
Do we all agree?
Michael Daniels. Nobody's perfect except Craig.
At least Michael knows. That's right.
And wait, one more. And forgive me for myrtleizing your name. Kadeus Kalut. I hate missing the Wi-Fi issue. I got to go back and watch that after this.
You gotta watch it on
We can go
Wi-Fi.
through it again. We can go through it
You
again.
gotta watch
Kadeus.
it on Wi-Fi.
As Michael points out, give it 2 minutes. They'll be talking about it again.
All right, Kadeus, for real. Seriously, you need to record a sound on Soundcloud. That's their terminology, or a video or whatever, and pronounce your name like 7 times.
Kadeus, for real.
Is it Kadeus?
You've got glass now? Do
Oh,
this.
he rocks.
Record it and send it to us. You can do this.
Yeah, and send it to me, and I'll play it every Friday, several times, and I'll get it right, because I think the first time I got it right, but then I tried something else and I got it wrong. It's now I can't remember which one's which,
here's the
because I'm
warning.
ADHD and I don't take Ritalin, so
Here's
I'm
the problem.
you know,
if
a
he
mess.
plays it several times before the show, that's just going to stretch out our pre-show prep.
And then we'll
for
start
another
like
5 or 10 minutes.
you know,
So we'll be starting even later.
we'll be starting right about now. All right, so moving things along, because we're like out of time. So we all agree Yahoo sucks. And if you want to hear I'm not going to do a rant, but if you want to see my rant, I'll reference the rant. Just Google my name, Dan McDermott, Yahoo, open letter. Open letter, Dan McDermott, Yahoo, whatever, and you'll find my rant, which finally caused them to actually respond to our problem. They fell over themselves and they fixed it like within 20 minutes. Once I put that on the internet on all our newspaper websites, I was so pissed off. But Yahoo sucks. You should stay clear away from them. They are the most incompetent, uncaring, awful email provider out there that I'm aware of, and I use them for 10 years.
But he's not going to rant tonight.
I'm not going to rant. I'm trying not to become unglued, but as vacuum cleaners go, Yahoo email sucks. Okay, so next up, Aereo. This is interesting because we've covered this multiple times and talk about forum shopping or jurisdiction shopping. Aereo is sued in Yahoo as broadcasters seek Supreme Court attention. I think
that's Aereo sued in Utah.
What did I say?
Yahoo.
See, I was ranting. I was like unglued. I was losing control.
How bad is Yahoo?
It's so bad that people are suing in Yahoo.
Thank you so much, Craig.
Oh my God, epic
So
fail.
tell us about this Aereo. So first, Dan, tell us what Aereo is and why are they being sued and who cares?
All right,
And how can
Aereo
we do this
is
in
a
about 5
company
minutes?
backed by Barry Diller, who's a famous media mogul. And what Aereo does is the premise is you have a right to watch television signals for free that are broadcast over the public airwaves that your typical ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS station locally, and some independent UHF channels. You have a right to watch those locally for free with an antenna. You have a right to do that remotely. So like if Craig is in Thurmont, Maryland, he could legally set up an antenna to capture the Florida signal and send it to him for his private performance rights. You have the right to record for your own personal use, not to play in a movie theater or in a nightclub or restaurant, but you have a right to record and replay those signals for your personal use. The Supreme Court's ruled on that definitively. So Aereo is this company, backed again by Barry Diller, that has created a system where they basically have a warehouse in certain cities where they have a million little tiny antennas, and you can subscribe kind of like a virtual cable system where you can, it basically assigns you one antenna, so you're doing all those things that you could do at your home if you had a physical antenna. And it started in New York, which has horrifically bad TV reception, and you actually have your own antenna, and they're complying with the law according to every decision that I'm aware of. And so the broadcasters, of course, are upset because this is a threat to their model of being able to, what I think is outrageous, charge cable systems for the right to carry their signal that the same customers should otherwise be able to get for free with an antenna. So they're all pissed off, and they've sued repeatedly and lost, and now they keep looking for new venues to try to find a friendly court that will rule in their favor to force the issue to the Supreme Court, which they are hoping is in favor of a 5-4 conservative split, where they'll be for the big business as opposed to the upstart. So that's kind of where we are. And if anyone wants to correct me or
Dan,
whatever.
One question on this. You want the legacy people to survive, these big news operations and so forth, these big networks and so forth.
If you're going to put words in my mouth, go ahead.
These dinosaur operations, you want them to survive, right? I mean, you like them. But this is how they're going to survive. This is the only way they're going to survive is if they defeat things like this. They have to keep their monopoly going. Otherwise, they can't fuel the huge overheads that they have to bring you those news shows that you want.
Full stop. I absolutely support Aereo, and I absolutely oppose the folks suing them. I think Aereo is 100% correct and absolutely is doing everything legal.
If things like Aereo survive, then the monopolies that these big networks have had for many, many years are going to crumble. You can't have it both ways. You can't have this newscast that you watch at 7 o'clock from these trusted authorities with these big overhead operations to bring you this news that you want instead of the crowdsourced news.
No, what I'm saying is, you're again clouding the issue here and talking about irrelevant bullshit. What I'm saying is, I want to be able to hear what George Will or whoever is a highly paid analyst. I want to hear their thoughts, and I'm hoping that someone comes up with a model where they can generate the revenue to afford some, to hire someone like that. I'm not saying that the legacy models have to survive in any way, and that's disingenuous for you to suggest that.
That's the only way that you're going to continue to have that service.
No,
that
it
isn't going to survive in the new environment.
You want a bunch of moronic adolescent tweeters to supplant ABC, CBS, and PBS and NBC News, and you think that we'll be fine with that, and have amateurs who are easily bribed and et cetera, instead of trusted voices. You're fine with that.
No,
I'm not fine with that. I'm a journalist.
I'm fine with it or not. I'm saying that that's what's going to happen, because the problem is here comes everybody. Just like you're doing a show right now, and let's say 30 people are watching this show. Those are 30 people that for 3 or 4 hours were not watching network TV on a Friday night. Now,
Correct.
what happens if there's
the local
100,000
channels,
Dan McDermott's doing 100,000 things?
Absolutely.
That 15 people are watching. Guess what? There's not going to be enough people to watch that big broadcast that you're talking about that you want from these trusted authorities to pay the freaking bills. And they're going to go out of freaking business.
Well, you are a naysayer, and I understand your point, but the fact is...
It is absolutely going to happen.
That the fact is that you and I can rant all we want about whatever topic, and that has some value to some people. And we do have viewers. We have, like our last show had like 500 and some views on YouTube. And I don't know how many on the audio version, and it'll grow. That's peanuts compared to what like a network would have. And
it isn't peanuts, not when you add in hundreds of thousands of people doing the same thing.
But
it's going to cut up the audience significantly. It's already starting to cut it up.
Yeah, but you think you don't give a shit if credible news sources go out and the next Watergate scandal isn't discovered. That's where I have a problem with your view.
Whether I want it or not is immaterial, Dan. It's whether or not the advertisers are willing to pay for it that matters.
Well, that's where we differ. I think it does matter.
I
think it does matter if you have massive corruption and there's no one there to uncover it. I think it's important that they find a way to cover news.
They being who?
And be a watchdog.
Who's going to do it? The government?
That's an open question. Hell no, not the government. I mean, the government is
no
closed.
Private entity is going to do it if they can't get the advertisers to pay for it.
No, these guys are idiots. They're all about the Democrats are beholden to the unions. Republicans are beholden to the Tea Party, the big corporations. There's no right side there, and you can choose what you want. But the bottom line is, if we get into a situation where it's all just the world's news decisions are based on Twitter or Facebook, God help us, because a lot of these people are just freaking stupid, incompetent assholes, and they're not. I mean, how can you compare someone who's a skilled journalist who's been covering the White House for 20 years with some moron on Twitter?
I think a lot of those so-called skilled journalists that you're talking about, I think a lot of them have axes to grind, so I don't necessarily give them that much credibility either. But we
don't need any watchdogs. We just need to let Richard Nixon do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Hopefully somebody close to the corruption will rat it out, and we'll hold up a phone with a Zarfo app running or whatever and capture the corruption and put it up on YouTube, and it'll go viral, and that person will be hung out to dry.
So we're going to be governed by Rodney King videos. Of all the bullshit things you've said in the past, this takes the cake. I mean, this is out.
It will be
insane.
A combination of different levels of quality it'll come from all different directions.
No, you've got to have a way for skilled journalists to cover a beat
Who's
over a
gonna
long
pay
period of.
for it, Dan?
That's
Who's
the
gonna
problem.
Pay for it?
We acknowledge
Okay.
that's the problem.
I
You've
actually
got to
think
have,
Greg
and I'll
knows
shut
that.
up after this. You've got to have a way to have skilled, competent, trustworthy people be able to earn a living to feed their families, so that they can be a watchdog and protect us from these quote unquote representatives who are obviously running the freaking country into a ditch. Go
think
ahead.
Greg-
I think Jody and Michael are the voices I heard.
I think Greg hit on the nail.
Well, I think that it's already happening. I think that the information is coming from the masses. As much as broadcast and the structured media wants to be able to manage it, we have to recognize the fact that even if you go to CNN, they have an area where they have raw streaming video, and they have a qualifier that says it's raw streaming video, and they haven't edited it. I think that the journalist, the role of the journalist has changed, and I think you're both right. But I think that the journalist now becomes the person who is going to vet the news, or interpret the news, as opposed to the person who is digging it up. Because let's face it, everybody's got a cell phone, everybody's got cameras, all of this information is out there. When the bombing occurred in Boston, how many different people had different angles of these two guys who were walking down the street?
That's a good example, and let me clarify. I'm totally for the democratization of reporting, 100%, and I'm a big advocate for it. And I've been a big advocate for being able to start a hangout on air from a phone, so that you can be at a demonstration in Syria or Iran or Detroit, wherever, and be a citizen journalist. I'm totally for that. I'm totally for Joe Sixpack, not paid by anybody, saying, "Oh my gosh, there's a riot going on. Click," and I'm filming it, and it's going live on Google, on YouTube or whatever, or Flickr, whatever. I'm totally for that. My point is, the aggregators, the folks who, a trusted source. Like in the decades past, it was like a Walter Cronkite type or whatever. The idea that it would be totally random and we would be subjected to people, we've all used Facebook, and we've seen morons posting stuff. A good example is the Obama phone, which was started, I think, under Reagan and has nothing to do with Obama, but these crazy Facebook posts that say like it's the Obama phone and everyone's getting a free phone, on welfare and all this crap, stuff like that. You need to be able to find a way that there could be a trusted authority or a trusted website that you agree with for political reasons or based on their impartiality or whatever you want. I mean, there should be right-wing ones, left-wing ones, middle ones.
There are going to be thousands of them and hundreds of thousands of them.
But there has to be a way to make money doing it. To pay
There's going to be
people.
very little money to be
As
made.
somebody, I have to
many
pay
of them.
reporters. I wrote checks today. I have to pay people to cover council meetings, and so we got to figure a way
The only
to
way
pay
you
these
could
people.
have a Walter Cronkite was you had almost a monopoly. And so that's why he could have a big staff, and that's why you had somebody like him of his, stature that you could pay a whole lot of money to, because you had almost a monopoly. That doesn't exist anymore. It's gone, Dan. Say goodbye to it. It's not going to exist in the future.
So in the
So
future,
you're going to have a whole bunch of people, filling that role. They're all going to be paid less money because there's going to be a whole bunch of them, right? Some
What's
of them
your
are going to be real good
solution?
at it.
What is
Some of them are going to be real good at it. A lot of them aren't going to be good at it. But that's just the reality. I'm not saying I like it. I'm just saying that's what's going to happen.
We have some comments too, guys. Okay.
Go ahead.
Eugene Britt says, and that raw video is usually useless. Eugene Britt also says, it fills space and time. Gregory Lewis says, I watch PBS Nightly Business Report every night here on YouTube. And then Eugene Britt says, it's a cheap way for cable news to burn a few minutes free.
I will say that once one of them, hopefully one will, once they figure out this web presence and the way to convert or angle their current model to a web social current now model will be thriving and well ahead of all the competitors that will be dying out.
There's no money in it. They can't monetize the web. A lot of them have tried. There's no way they can monetize it.
There's a way for everything to be monetized.
Too many
It's
people
just gotta be
involved.
found out.
We have some more comments, guys. Avon CT Style says citizen reporters are reporting items that the local and major media refuses to report on. Okay, go ahead, Craig. How do I say this name? Kadeas Kalut? Okay.
Yeah, he's like our favorite viewer.
I know, right? He's laughing, and he says Rodney King videos, and he's rolling on the floor and laughing. And he also says, Craig wants another Edward Snowden?
Well, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be reporting news various ways, but the point is it's going to be very hard for them to make money for the most part, most of them.
And Gregory Lewis says, money will follow the eyeballs. My eyeballs have been on this hangout for the last 3 hours.
Here's the thing, Craig. Here's what upsets me. You are an opponent of basically anarchy, no government. You want small government, like...
We've tried big government. It hasn't worked out that great. I'm saying, why don't we try small government for a change?
Okay, so at the same time, you're an advocate of getting rid of all of the watchdogs who have uncovered Watergate and other scandals, and I don't see how you can have that cake and eat it too.
You're misunderstanding me, Dan. The fact that I'm saying that the old ways of doing it, the Walter Cronkites of this world and so forth, that's all going away, does not mean that I think that's a good thing. I didn't say it's a good thing. I just said it's going to happen. Did I ever say it's a good thing?
I agree. It's going to happen as well.
I think there's going to be some anarchy for a while.
This is why.
Things settle down, and I have plans for ways to do it with my network that I'm not going to go into here and now. But I have plans for ways to report on these things and to cover local issues and to cover regional and then national issues in a very efficient way. I think it can be done moving forward, but it's not going to be done the ways that they've been doing it in the past.
I just remember, and I'll close on this, and then if you guys want to beat me up a little bit, feel free, and then we'll move on because we got to go. I remember this story in California where this local town council or city council, whatever it was paying themselves 6 figures, and they got arrested. The mayor, the board of supervisors chairman, whatever it was, they got hauled away for it, but they got away with it for a long time. And the problem is, if you're Drudge Report and you're one guy in your basement and you're putting out really interesting content, you can make 7 figures, no problem. But if you are if the legacy media dies and you have some small town, and we cover a couple towns that I think one's 1,200 people and one's like 1,500 people. I mean, tiny towns, municipalities with 1,500 residents. And there's crazy stuff. Like at one point we ran some articles and I think the mayor and like 3 council members resigned en masse and blamed on newspapers' coverage of them for the resignation. I mean, just crazy stuff that happens. So we witnessed this. To cover that meeting, I have to spend money. I have to hire someone to go there and do a story, take pictures, etc. So if you have a little tiny website covering a town of 1,500 people, there's no money in ads on the internet. You can make money in print, but if we're just moving to that where we're just going to give up on that coverage, then these guys are going to get away with murder, and the Watergates will never be uncovered, and we'll just be we might as well move to Russia and or some anarchy government or not non-government, and we've got to figure a way where you can find a system to be able to afford on especially on a local scale. For DC, it's not an issue. I mean, there will always emerge. Craig's right on things like, Washington, LA, that's fine. But for these little towns where these little newspapers were the watchdogs or are the watchdogs, we have to figure some way where we can monetize that, because nobody wants to pay for news. I understand that. I don't pay for news. I mean, I'll open a New York Times story incognito so I don't have to hit the paywall. But we have to figure some way to deal with that. And finally, I don't know. I guess I've said my piece, and I worry that in the little tiny towns that we aren't going to be able to be the watchdogs that we were if this just goes away, and that's my fear for the citizens of these little towns, because nobody's going to be able to afford to because they're busy working their jobs. I mean, the citizens, they're busy being a mom or a dad or whatever. And if they're not confronted with the news like that, then I mean, I've seen the corruption, I've seen massive corruption going on.
I think there's more corruption in DC than there is in most small towns, to tell you the truth. I think there's more corruption in the big cities than there are in most small towns, but and I think there are solutions, Dan, but again, I don't have time to go into it now, but there are ways to address this that are more efficient than the old ways.
Any final thoughts on this before we move? Okay. Who's here still? I see Alan. Alan, should we do how was your week?
You're muted.
You're muted still, Alan.
No audio.
That's good. I like it.
We can lip read.
Man, he could have been screaming at us for like the last 30 minutes, and we didn't even hear it. All of his...
Maybe he pulled out his mic.
He's talking about how he so much loves the reviewing system.
How about now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Were you yelling at us the whole time and we didn't catch it?
Yes, I was. We've got 15 minutes. Go to How Was Your Week? Dan, starting with Michael, how was your Google Plus week?
This week... Eesh.
Don't think too long. We got to get going.
Okay, it was pretty good. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Jody, how was your Google Plus week?
My Google Plus week was super. It's Friday, and I got my iPhone 5S. I'm happy.
Oh, my God.
Jacob,
Dan?
how was your Google Plus week?
Who?
Jacob isn't here still? Fine. Dan, how was your Google Plus week?
My Google Plus week was awesome. I'll give you a quick funny story. I was driving to my office, and I'm stuck behind. I'm in my Ford Taurus.
A bear?
A black bear. No, I was stuck behind a trash truck. So I'm driving down the road, and there's this gigantic trash truck, and all of a sudden they start pulling up leaves, and they're like, fairly. They're not like aggressively pulling the leaves up. They're like, passively. So I was like, oh my God. So I go around them. So I take a right turn. I look on the right, and then apparently I didn't hit a driveway. I hit like an elevated level, and I ended up getting my car stuck perpendicular on Jackson Street in Front Royal, perpendicular or parallel to Main Street. So I'm stuck there, and I had to like get a tow. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, because the cops like go up and down. I was like, oh my God, I hope they don't see me, because like this would be really, really embarrassing, because I know all the cops and the sheriffs. So I got on my phone and I Googled AAA in Front Royal, or 22630 zip code. So I'm sitting here like looking back and forth, and I Googled that, and I found this company, Parker's Automotive, and so I called them up, and I assumed they were AAA, right? Because they were listed as AAA on the website. And so then, and I know the owner's brother very well. So then I was like, do you have a tow truck nearby? And I thought I said, are you AAA, right? But I assumed they were AAA because they showed up when I Googled that. And it turns out they dropped AAA at some point before. they come and he pulls me out. It was like a 5-minute job. I mean, he basically boosted me up so I could get traction. I backed up, and then I didn't call the AAA 800 number because I was eager to get out of there as quick as possible because it was embarrassing. A, B, I was worried about getting hit because I was on a road perpendicular to the road, and C, because I know every cop in town and I want to drive them by like, hey, what the hell's going on? So I called him. The guy comes, and then he gets me out. It's like a 5-minute job, and he's like, it's $75. And I was like, oh, I'm AAA. And he's like, he gets on the phone, and then they call me and said, well, you never told me it's AAA. We're not AAA. So I had to pay it and I was like, can you cut me some slack here? Because I thought it was AAA. I mean, I made a big mistake calling them instead of AAA. So it was my fault. And so I ended up, paying them $65 for something that would have been free because I didn't call the AAA 800 number because I was in a hurry because I didn't want to be seen like in this awkward situation because I'm a prominent individual locally. And it was crazy. And the guy, I called him up and he said, you can't believe everything you read on the internet. I was like, okay, touche. So that was my Google Plus week. $65. It should have been free.
You want to talk about your French fry episode quickly?
Oh yeah, my French fry episode. So I bought the Burger King French fries, and there's a gender gap. So I need some of our viewers to post and share with us about this, because I tried the new, what are they called? The Satis fries. I tried the Satis fries from Burger King, which are I think it's like 40% less fat or calories or whatever. And I never eat French fries, but I went to Burger King and I bought a small order. It was $2.19 plus tax, which I thought was high, but I never eat those, so maybe that's the going rate. And the French fries were cardboardy, bland, in my opinion. And so I was stopping by to drop a paycheck off to one of my sales reps. And she liked them, and her boyfriend didn't like them. He thought they were nasty, as I did. But his niece, who lives there as well, liked them, 13-year-old niece. So both, my unscientific sample of 4 people, plus or minus, with a error margin of, 80%, the 2 females thought they were good, and the 2 males thought they were nasty. So that's my unscientific poll results of Satis fries.
And that still has better poll results than Congress does right now. Craig,
absolutely, absolutely.
There's no way I can top all of that. But I don't see how a fast food place can make French fries, even if they have 40% less fat. I mean, they still have to have a ton of fat, right? And put a ton of salt on them and stuff, and still make them so they taste like cardboard.
It's the batter. I'm trying to find the ingredients because I wanted to make. And honest, I was going to troll them. I was looking for like a list of 87 ingredients so I could make a joke about, with 87 ingredients, you'd think one of them would make it taste good. But what they do is it's the batter. They came up with almost like a WD-40 type batter, like it would prevent any kind of oil from entering the potato. And mission accomplished, because there's no flavor. I mean, just like with burgers, if you get that 95% lean stuff, it tastes like crap. If you get 80-20 and you cook it and then you throw it on a paper towel, it tastes better.
Well,
if you're gonna sin. I mean, don't halfway do it.
But potatoes, like I cook stew quite often, and a lot of times I'll put potatoes in, and I put a lot of garlic in and onions and so forth, and there's no fat in there to speak of. I don't put any meat or anything like that in there, but there's a lot of seasoning and so forth, and the potatoes come out and they taste really good. So I don't understand, how they can blow French fries, but I guess they can do it.
I don't know. I mean, you must have at least 6 or 7 ounces of body fat on you, so maybe
Brad, are you still with us? And how was your Google Plus week, if so?
Yeah, it was good, mate. It was good, mate. And I'm happy about Jody's phone too. It was fantastic.
Oh, Jody rocks.
Yeah. Jody, did you tell Craig about the story? What happened with the phone?
Oh, yeah, I told him before we started the hang-up, but the audience didn't hear it. But I know we're running out of time, but thank you.
Yes. What did you think, Craig? Was it funny?
Oh, yeah, she had somebody run the phone down. Absolutely. I don't blame her. You got connections like that, you use them.
Is there a 4-hour limit on a Hangout call?
Oh, I thought there was one on live.
Yeah, it's 36 hours.
Okay, so we don't have a 4-hour
Oh, there's
limit.
a 36-hour limit on YouTube
Oh,
Live?
we're just getting started.
Don't get me started, because we'll push it.
Are
no,
you
no, we do have
serious?
to. Yeah, it's 36 hours.
Well, let's go. What the hell?
I'm on 5. I'm on like
Okay,
5 hours
hold on.
sleep. I'm a zombie
Okay,
right
hold
now.
on.
All right,
No,
Michael
no.
Banks, how was your Google Plus week?
I already did mine.
Oh, did you? You want to do another one?
We
Hold on.
we
Wait a
started
minute
from
now. Dan.
Michael and are going in the other
Wait,
direction.
wait a
I
minute,
can't see the
Dan.
Hangout. Alan,
Wait a
take
minute,
charge.
wait a minute.
Be a man
Are you-
up here. Take charge, Alan.
Wait a minute now, though. I want to confirm this. He can go 36 hours on a YouTube live
Yes.
stream?
Yes.
Not without. Okay. Not without peeing, but yes. You can go
Dan, you
36
can't
hours.
go 4 hours without
What?
peeing.
You know,
You can't go 4
Wow.
minutes without peeing.
And this is in HD at, what, 30 frames a second, right?
So much for Zarpo.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
What has to be the file size of that?
We're at
Okay.
720p,
Great.
4,000 kilobits per second, 30 frames a second.
The file size is free. That's the file
No,
size.
but I mean, what would it be if after 36 hours and then you wanted to download that puppy?
We'll have to try it some weekend and find out, I think.
Over Wi-Fi.
Mackerel. That's
Well-
mind-boggling.
Who's
Okay.
next? What's
Going, here we
next?
go.
Cadius wants us to keep going.
Hell no.
Tell them to start
We're up to my Google Plus week, and the reason why I should have signed off an hour ago is because tomorrow I'm going to be attending a play workshop with Bernie DeKoven, who is somebody I met on Google Plus. He did a lecture Thursday night, which I attended. It was an awesome lecture, and tomorrow, well, today now, my time, he will be doing a workshop on new games and new games and old new games and the nature of play in humans.
Google Play or just
Not
like
Google
regular
Play. This is definitely offline. It's way offline. I will be posting some pictures that I took through Glass of his Thursday session, and hopefully I'll be able to take some more tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be fun as hell. Unlike Google Play, which is frustrating as hell.
It has gotten awesomely better, actually.
And so have all of you.
Thank you, Jody. With that, I'll remind people that we have a show on Monday nights called Our Android Week. And Monday night, we're going to be discussing, amongst other things, we're going to be talking about how Google TV is on its way out, but Android TV is on the way in.
And Chromebook.
So join us Monday night. That's at 9 o'clock Eastern, we hope. 6 p.m. Pacific, assuming we can get Dan's button gear in time. We look forward to, and that show only runs an hour, knock on wood. So we
I
hope
thought
to
it was
see all
a
of you
30-minute
then.
show.
This is Google Plus Week. We appear every Friday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. If you can believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you. 5:30 p.m. Pacific. And
The
what do you
road
have
to hell
say,
is
Dan?
paved with good intentions, Mr. Firstenberg.
And you're part of the Hangout10.com network.
Absolutely. Part of Hangout10.com network. We're going to put that on a bug. Alan, what do you think
Daniel?
about that story from Nate? Is it a rebranding or is it a... real quick, I mean, just a brief... Is it a rebranding or is it a significant change?
It better be a significant change.
Both.
Hey, if we can get an extension on the 36 hours, maybe you can just go with this broadcast on through to Monday night.
Yeah, we
Get
could
like a
combine them.
24-hour
Like,
extension.
like when newspapers combine, we could just combine the shows and just go Actually, Friday through Monday would be shorter. That might be more plausible. We start with Android week on or no, I guess we start with
Did
yeah,
you just
tonight.
say Friday? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, you're tired. Call
I'm
it
tired.
a night.
Okay, so thanks, folks. We appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for commenting, especially. Apologies to Cadeas. I think I got it right. We're going to try to fix that and figure out what's going on, and hopefully they'll come up with something. But we look forward to seeing you every Friday, 8:30, as Alan said, and Monday nights for our Android week at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific, and whatever time that is in the UK and other European places.
And it doesn't matter because we don't get started on time anyway.
Yeah, true. But thank you all very much for watching. We appreciate it. And until next time, have an epic, awesome Google Plus week. And let me hit my slide button, which was demoed in my demo. Here we go. That is in the UK and other European places.
And it doesn't matter because we don't get started on time anyway.
Yeah, true. But thank you all very much for watching. We appreciate it. And until next time, have an epic, awesome Google Plus week. And let me hit my slide button, which was demoed in my demo. Here we go.